Welcome to today's edition of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, where we are recording everything we can of Maker 1 before the shutdown in just under 2 months of all Wii U and 3DS online services on the 8th of April. This is going to be our second day of coverage of levels by John, also known as Tetrapteryx, or in Maker 2, 4 Wings, who is one of the best-known mega puzzle specialists in Mario Maker, and who joins us in the chat today and tells us that we might have a special guest, at least for the first part of the stream. Presumably other than just Maker himself. But anyway, in the previous session we cleared everything at a rate of about 1 level an hour, including a couple of alternate solutions of varying degrees of cheesiness along the way. But that's okay. That's about what I expected, and I'm told that things are only going to become more complicated from here. Beginning with the perplexing POW Palace, which we were pretty eager to get to yesterday, but which I was told we might actually want to budget some time and attention for, so let's get in here straight away. This is a level from April 2016, so a bit of a gap from the previous creation in January 2016, and also after the last major content patch for the game. So we'll see how that several months of development is reflected in here, and let's be perplexed. Okay, so P-switch right away. This is not any kind of invisible block, but probably is something like a skull platform that's going to be loaded if other levels we've seen are any indication. A P-switch is going to give you a P-door here, but not until you have had a chance to get rid of the munchers up top. And given that we can't carry the P-switch, I would assume this is going to be one of those perplexing POWs. Now, is the palace the thing that is perplexing, or is it the POWs? Let's not think too parenthetically about that. And whoops, well, we jump from platform to platform, obviously. I was just kind of reading this initially to see how it goes, but no, it's pretty clear that we just survive on each skull platform and continue that way, so don't know if the P-switch expiry is going to matter too much here, but I think this skull platform series pretty much exists to delay the P-switch in some ways, so it isn't going to be relevant to the next segment. Am I going to show the image? Probably not, because right now it's a little inconvenient for me to switch between my Wii U output and my local stream output. If you want to link the tweet you were telling me about, though, let me permit you in the chat if you want to just drop that into chat for anybody. Let me make sure the bot doesn't catch you first. So. And Emily Woolley, dinosaur artist extraordinaire, welcome to the stream. We did see the promotional artwork that John just mentioned. Although I won't be able to show it on the stream directly, I do go ahead and link it. And yeah, so what you see in the chat, which we were told about shortly before starting this today, is a bit of promotional art that was made to send this level over to Patrick Lepec, who people might recognize as a career game journalist who has been with a couple of the well-known outlets throughout his career, I think. I don't know where he is now, or whether he was caught by layoffs or anything else, but I know that he had covered Mario Maker for some time, in some capacity, at least more than a lot of other people normally would in the press. I wasn't aware, though, that he was actually actively streaming this game back in 2016, but again, I wasn't really up on the Twitch scene at the time and didn't catch up on that until much later. Oh, let's get out of the burners before that becomes a problem, and let's actually pay attention to the level. We see POWs everywhere, some of them in segments that we can't exactly reach yet, and a couple of places that look like they're going to be affected by P-switches. Now, we are big, so presumably if we wanted to sneak over here and break this, we could, but I don't know why we would want to do that necessarily. we're going to do it anyway. And not get crushed. Pows would remove the munchers on either side. I hope I didn't bring anything too critical here. But once you remove the munchers, then everything goes down 2 tiles. 2 tiles. That give me an exit either way over here. Seems like that's not quite enough. Oh no, but except the blasters would drop completely, so these blaster gates would drop down to the ground, and then that would perhaps allow me to proceed. So let's just pow it. There's a P-switch here. I don't know if it's necessary for anything. P-switch dropped out right side, and we can continue through the gate here. And P-switch would, of course, activate that POW, but I think at this point we don't actually need it, do we? Unless there's something I want to activate. We'll keep the P-switch in mind in case we want to go back for it. But it seems like the POW activation here loads the P-switch in from the right side. And perhaps breaking the blocks in advance allowed me to skip something that would require the bricks to transform into coins. Breaking those blocks was a minor cheat as well. A shortcut, I guess. Yeah, it seems like there was some kind of interaction with the P-switch there that we didn't really see. Alright, so you know what? Since we carried this POW forward, let's hit this one. Get rid of this ceiling. And yeah, this looks like the area that was broken by the big buzzy shell earlier on to give me access to the blue skull platforms on the right, and now we have access to this bit that we talked about much earlier. Okay. Looks like we need to send an object up here. Let's scout ahead slightly. Spring over there. Spring, if you have a P-switch still active, obviously you could reverse through here with Spring plus POW, probably. And it looks like there's a POW sequence up there. Yeah, so this POW is not accessible. This POW that we carried forward would drop the spring and raise it up to this location. However, yeah, if we had an object placed here, then it would presumably send it up and bounce it even further. But then we would need 2 POWs. We would need one sitting here, and then one that we actually hit, which this entire row here looks like it's going to be some kind of big buzzy shell or something as well that would give us access to the second POW, but we don't really know that yet, so let's just hit this and send it over. This, it's an SMBU, so I think we can actually do this bit here. If it works anything like it does, we can make it 2, we just need to find the timing for that. Back arrow, from what we know from previous levels that we played, seems to indicate reset door. Munchers up above the ceiling. Normally you have to find enemies in that room, but breaking the blocks prevented me from having to do so. Yeah, we might see that later if we reset back to it or something. Looks like there's going to be a POW hit here that drops something that is held by the muncher. It could be a blaster, could be something else, but it's going to be something in this column. Looks like over here. Let's not despawn this. A moment. Muncher's over here. Got a stack of 4. So I see a POW hit above the muncher on the left. Stack of 2 over here. Presumably we get access to 3 POWs. I suppose if you hit one of the munchers directly in a stack, like we mentioned, make a POW make contact with the second one in a stack, you would actually be able to unstack all 4. But it seems like the intention probably is that you have 1 POW, 2 POWs, 3 POWs, and a third one that you send up here using the spring plus POW plus note block interaction that we mapped out before it came up. However, since we have the spring up here already, I think what we can do is this. Now we're short 1 POW, I think, but we can try to make contact this way and unstack 2. That's not going to work. Okay. Oh, and we unstack this one. Okay. I feel like that should work. It's just that it probably isn't the intentional solution, since we would have to get in a little bit further. So, yeah, it seems like we need to probably open up that massive fuzzy column down below first if we can find it. So, let's continue. You're saying that's cheese, but I didn't skip much. No, it didn't seem so. I feel like if we're able to go back there, maybe I can try that again. We have 87 seconds, though, so, you know, obviously if we're not at checkpoint yet, we don't really have much time to play with here. And having... Oh yeah, no, we nabbed a spring this time, so that's not going to be helpful because we don't have a POW. We actually need to bring a POW with us. No, we don't, because we used a POW to trade into this spring, which means that if we try the same thing I was doing earlier, since we're really out of time anyway, let's just see if we can actually make contact with... No, okay, no, I actually wanted to place this spring over here to stop the second POW as well, so we could try to chuck it. It's sort of an extreme edge case, which means we shouldn't rely on that, but I kind of feel like it should work, at least theoretically. Now, we saw earlier that with the skull platforms laid out over here, that kind of prevents me from loading an object through, right? Because we'd have problems to wall jump later. However, if we're accurate about carrying the spring, maybe we're able to take it with us the same we did in the previous segments, just that we would probably miss. Okay. That's fine. I'm thinking about this. I mean, that's probably not the intended solution, just given how execution sensitive it can be. But the idea would be that if you're able to carry an object here, or even if you're able to carry a POW and get within camera range of the piranhas, which I don't think we'll be able to do, then maybe you can proceed that way. That's okay, let's just keep mapping it out. And alright, there we go. So yeah, we can't POW that, but it looks like it's probably the endpoint of some kind of big buzzy shell interaction by the looks of it. What do we do here earlier? Yes, we got the blaster down. Whoops. We don't want to do that, obviously. We want to kick it back. That's the one-way panel logic and make a one for you, that objects just kind of pass over them all the time and we clip through them all over the place. Still getting used to make one-way panels work every time we see them. But anyway, let's keep going. And we know that we're going to be pretty short on time if we spend quite so long looking at everything, so let's just get this guy down and push him left. Right, because that actually is what eradicated the... I wonder what happens if I hit a second one over. It seemed like this gets dispensed down below, though, right? Yeah, it just falls off over here. But I kind of wonder if there's a way to sustain it further. Not that I can see from over here, but... Because it seems like, you know, if you manage to... I mean, this is ground, I suppose, so that won't work, but I was thinking about, you know, whether it's possible to send something through here and... Let's see. It's very suspicious to me that there are kind of two entry points for this skull. Here and down below. Kind of like you're meant to, you know, maybe place an item here. No, you can't. You have to wall jump, so it wouldn't be an item here. But, well, you could pass over from left to right if you've already expanded a skull platform, I guess. To do that, you would need a P-state for the brick wall over there, as well as a POW to get to the muncher. So you would kind of need to have two items in range over here, and then you would need to probably activate a P-switch first and have a POW that you carry through with you or activate remotely. And then you get through the right side. So that's a wall that we'll eventually have to think about. How did I even get the mushroom the first time? I don't even remember where that mushroom came from. Oops. Oh, no, that's a mistake. That's okay, we just want to come through here. I don't think I was even paying attention to where the mushroom was coming from, but it might have been past this segment here. Oh, no, we were late on the P-switch. Oh yeah, we took too long on the P-switch before we went through the door, so that's actually going to be death, I think. Okay, so we'll just make sure we watch the timing on that P-switch next time. Yeah, we see down here, too, that you see other bricks that open up with the P state that we'll want to be aware of later on, because we haven't been able to cut through this area just yet. Possibly it actually just opens up a fuzzy shell for you to kick over to the right side and then uncover a shortcut and hit the POW along the way, so... I'm kind of thinking those bricks on the bottom left pipe over there do obstruct a big fuzzy shell. That would be the most sensible thing. But anyway, let's just try not to spend too much time here before we find some semblance of checkpoint 1. And yeah, we don't really need a second fuzzy shell or anything, I don't think. Although it'd be interesting if you kind of bounced it, you know, on top of a spring or something, if you eventually had one, and then hit a POW and still had a shell available for some reason. Yeah, I'm trying to think about whether there's some way to, you know, actually suspend a spring or something that would allow you to have a continuation with that fuzzy shell, but it doesn't look like that would be useful anyway. We just bounce over here and then fall off. Let's just ride this back to the gate. But definitely from previous experience with some of these levels, we're thinking about large-scale interactions where you take something like a shell across the long way. Ah, I see what the issue was earlier when we looped twice. No, we need to wait for the platform, obviously. I see what the issue was earlier, that we got locked there because you can't loop back there a second time. If you loop back there a second time, you no longer have a P-switch available because that one does not reload. That's why we died where we did. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Let's not slip up with every jump. And let's hit this one. Okay, let's continue over here. And then, same as before, this POW, you'll notice, also doesn't... Oh no, yes it does. It should. Well, then what happened to that P-switch earlier then? Oh, I know what happened with the P-switch earlier. It did come back and it did respawn to that location, but because we had the P-state going towards it, it dropped into the abyss. That's what happened to the P-switch earlier and why it wasn't available. Yeah, because of course it gets reloaded back into position when you go back in the room. The problem that we had was that activating this P-switch early, before going in here, kills the second P-switch. And if you kill the second P-switch, then you can't actually get through this segment. Let's wait this time until we actually have a platform. And then we'll just complete this ride the way that we did the first time without really even thinking about it. But yeah, now we know that we should avoid hitting the P-switch outside this room before we come in here. And again, it looks like some of these platforming segments deliberately introduce a little bit of delay to get the P-switches to expire before the next segment loads in. And we have the mushroom shortcut here. This time we'll actually see this as designed, because is it... Oh, hammers, okay. And presumably this is like a survival timer until you either hit the bricks manually with Super Mario or have this P-switch available like that, and then that drops the gates. I see. Okay. But then if we're kind of worried about speed, we can just take the mushroom that's immediately to the left of this area to break the gate on the right. And then you don't need to wait for the P at all, I think, unless you need to P for some reason in the next area. Notice a checkpoint over here, and Muncher's dropping the blasters for some reason, but who knows what that would be. Seems like that would create some kind of floor passage over there, but we don't know that yet, so let's just continue with the POW. And again, we will try to keep POWs available. Notice that if you do the whole interaction with the Right, okay, so if you go through the skulls here, you can't carry an item with you. I'm thinking about later on that top right gate that requires POW plus P and how we would get over there, but it looks like that's not something that's relevant to us yet. We should, in fact, think about how we'll eventually go through these pipes here and come out of them and presumably have a Buzzy shell that's available. In fact, we can put this on camera and see if anything comes out. Yes, it is a Buzzy shell, as expected. But we don't have a way to activate that right now. That confirms what I thought, though, which is that it's going to open up this pipe down here, eventually. As well as a shortcut back to the other room. This P is going to get me over here. Wait! Oh, yeah, okay, so here's one thing that we should consider next time. Is that if, for example, you go towards that Buzzy in the left, in the bottom left pipe, after coming out that other green pipe later on in the level, POW plus a coin drop in the P state would actually permanently open that pipe in case we run into some kind of obstruction or no longer have the super ground pound or anything like that. So we should keep an eye out for that. Now here, once again, we probably are supposed to loop back around here, have 2 POWs available, activate 1 POW, and raise another POW in this slot to have 4 POWs up above. In the absence of that, we're going to wall jump and try the purported cheese once again, and we'll try it carefully this time. That's not carefully. We will, in fact, not be able to do it, I think. Unless we're very accurate about this first hit, because, of course, now we're not able to get this second one here. Yeah, you have to be pretty much right up to it, I think, and you have to kind of make contact with the top one in order to unstack that way. So that's not going to be helpful, but let's do a camera check up top anyway. Pipe over here. Okay, interesting. Let's reset. So yeah, this loops you back. We've actually kind of lost progress because we lost a spring, but let's back up for a moment and see what we can do, because this allows me to go back to the room with the additional POW here. I'd have to do... Okay, but because these coins are gone, this actually shortcuts you through everything else now. Now, I don't think the P is ever going to come high enough to be relevant to us here, but we should keep an eye out on whether having the P switch active and kind of rushing through the next room actually gets us anything. And we should always remember that the coin drop is a potential option. It's going to kill the shell. Yeah, okay. Okay, there's something we haven't explored yet, but we'll try to do it this way for now. Until we find a better option. We'll just attempt the same thing. Although maybe that's a silly thing to do, if we know that's not really going to progress. Well, we know that if we don't lose the spring, we can continue to take it back to the previous room, and perhaps that will get us something, but... You don't remember what the solution to this part is, yeah. That's right, we'll find it. Eventually. I mean, for all I know, it actually is the direct hit on the POW. Now, let's this time place this over here. Be very careful with it. So, right up to this. Nope. I was trying to do the double stack, but... You are, however, able to take more POWs with you out this way. And maybe taking a POW through there... Well, that just cycles you back to the same state you had before with 2 POWs in that location, though. Maybe that's not helpful. But taking a spring back there might still be useful. Okay. Lost a mushroom. That's okay. Let's cycle back. There's another way to get another POW in this room, and you just don't remember what it is. Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah, Munchers will beat this collision, I'm pretty sure, so... We're not going to try to jump towards that or anything. We're able to hit this POW, and we're able to take the spring with us, which is still progress. We know that we run into wall jump trouble if we try to go here. It is theoretically possible, just not very practical. We know, too, that taking the spring back with us is actually going to progress, because this is something we have not seen previously. Because we can kind of work backwards through here. We would, of course, need to open the gate first. There is the P-switch available, but we'll think about that in a bit. 25 seconds. Shell hits that POW. Okay, no, this doesn't go anywhere. We should check the POW pipe, of course. I didn't think it would be anything, but... I wonder if there's some kind of displacement we can do in this area. Or if any of the pipes can be entered. For that matter. That's alright. Yeah, we'll try to find some new method, although, of course, we will retry the direct contact with the POW, because I'm pretty sure it is possible. We just haven't found a correct positioning for doing it yet. But it seems like it should be possible to kind of make contact with the top muncher if we just have a very exact throw, which, again, is pretty clearly not the real solution, but... Also, yeah, let's remember to check ceilings every now and then, because to make one camera scrolls the way it does. And with all these coins in the corner here, I wonder if they're just coins or if they represent some kind of spawn block or something else. And we should maybe collect them all just to see. Because that is a little bit suspicious in its own right. And the POW is going to do a coin drop here regardless. Now the coin drop... Oop. What does that do for us? Let's check this column. Yeah, we checked that previously. It's nothing. Probably nothing below here either. Let's continue. I see that the right side there is actually kind of connected to the next room. I know where the muncher leads now. That top right muncher, I know exactly where it goes. Now you have P-switch, you kind of blow up the next segment, so we don't want that. If you find a way to carry a POW back here, then you can kind of go down this gate this way. And then you would have access to, well, only ground pounding the second POW below, so that's probably not too helpful either. That's okay. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. We want to wait this out and then wait this out. Let's just let it expire for a moment before we load the next room, since it is likely to be an issue. Whoops. I was too busy staring at the left side because I just realized what was there. Yeah, no, that was a bit of looking at the wrong place death. I was distracted by the hard blocks that were in that lattice formation on the left side of that room, and kind of trying to process if I recognize it from anywhere else, but it seems like that's a room that we have not seen yet, so let's continue. And let's go down this way. And over here. Okay. Hit this one. And as before, we still don't know what this is all about over here. It's probably something timing related to do with the muncher gate to the right. But yeah, that connects to the pipe that we saw earlier that was above the room with the POWs dropping all the munchers. Pretty clear to me that's what it is. Which means that we can actually get rid of those bricks. Perhaps we get them within camera view somehow. We can have P plus POW giving us a coin drop on those bricks, and then we can destroy them separately. Assuming that we can actually get within view of any of that. What if we delay this P-switch slightly? Does that change anything? We delay it from what we had before? I don't think it does. But of course the camera scroll and what we bring in from the next room is going to be relevant here. Oh, whoops, no, I was trying to jump that. That was unfortunate. But we can kind of see this muncher blaster mechanism down here. I think that was for the POW or rather for the P-switch loader segment later. But we'll go back and see if we recognize it. Anyway, let's actually do some of this basic stuff. Again, yeah, seems like this is mostly the P-switch timing gate plus an item check, effectively, although, as I said before, we can theoretically take the spring through with us. It's just not very easy to do it. Now, let's up this. And this guy. I wonder if there's a way to kind of jump around and then pick up this POW. But I don't think there's a practical reason to do it, even if we could sustain ourselves down here for some reason. Is there anything? No, this is definitely the bottom of the area, so we're just looking at the POW. Yeah, so we're currently on the left side of the muncher drop room that we see later. Which means that we might be able to do something interesting with the camera there. But let's continue to traverse the level first. We're still kind of in this first segment, dying to silly things, so... Yeah, again, checked earlier if maybe getting the P-switch far in advance does anything. Nothing that we've seen yet, but that's because we haven't actually survived past this moment. So anyway, let's not lose to the silly stuff. This up here looks like a ground tile there. That's not really going to be accessible. We'll grab the mushroom and we'll shortcut this. The shell activation on the POW here basically trades a P-switch activation for hitting another POW and destroying the enemies on screen, I suppose. So then when you hit the P-switch, then you get a screen clear on anybody who's fighting you. I guess that's what it's for. But we'll blow up this stuff early, if we can, without getting smushed. And then... hit this one, and hit the second one, and we don't seem to need the P-switch. It didn't seem to get me anything. Maybe there's some reason... No, we can't actually exit out the left side anymore. So there's no reason to take the P-switch over there. Although, hitting the P-switch would activate the additional power. Now, what if we scroll in over here? Scroll in a little further up again. Yeah, that's not going to be far enough to do anything meaningful with the munchers on that side. I don't think. Yeah, because that hits the P-switch, but then it's not within range to accomplish anything. So, let's continue. Notice that if you hit with the POW over here, it clears the muncher on the right side, but then you'd have to get within range of the thwomp to do anything with that. I think, given the segment I'm in right now, this is just a transitional zone that isn't going to do anything relevant for me down there. But... yeah, and this looks like this is a door that's going to be exit only, since we can only carry one item through. So that bottom segment probably won't be relevant for some time. Yeah, so maybe there's some reason to go right and launch a POW as we finish this segment here. Like, let's check this to see if there's anything for the POW to destroy when we redo this area. We obviously can't take the POW up the wall jump unless you have incredible soft drop technique, I suppose. No, that doesn't kill anything. Doesn't get us a single thing, in fact. So we would have to redo this probably, although yeah, this is just the coin path that we created much earlier. One thing we should keep in mind is whether the mushroom state improves anything. Like with a ground pound, for instance, because that's one thing that we didn't have access to the last time we were here. And it might be relevant. However, the mushroom does make this tricky, but we made it. It does mean that you can loop back to this area with the mushroom, which is something new. Because we haven't been through here with the mushroom. The thing that would give me is ground pound plus picking up the P-switch. No, not picking up the P-switch because we killed the coins. Okay, that's too bad. But suppose that you didn't kill the coins below the P-switch, like if you didn't fall through them. You could actually grab a P here. If you loop back here the second time. But if you hit the P, you'd have to kind of hit the P on the side a little bit so you don't fall directly into it. So the idea is that you come back here and then you pick up the P. P-switch, you should be able to jump with it over, but then... Yeah, the main thing that would get you is access to an additional P-switch that you can carry through here. Now, it's not doable in this run because the P-switch is just kind of falling through ground. But if you... And of course, this is a solution that basically only survives one attempt, if that makes any sense, so that probably isn't it. But let's imagine that we're carrying a P here. We carry a P, we hit the POW, then we carry a P, we would have access to a second P going over here. We have access to a P-switch then going over here. Then we wouldn't have access to the POW to drop the muncher on the right, so that's perhaps not helpful. You would freeze the conveyor, but that doesn't do anything for you. But then let's say you carried a P... Yeah, no, I don't see a reason to carry the P. That's the problem I'm looking at here. Let's say we catch the POWs just like this. Then... like, just try to hit the top. Hey, look at that, we got it. Okay. Looks like we're probably supposed to have survived with a second spring over here then. Oh, and we probably should have stopped the shell so we could grab that POW. Because we actually need, I think, to send the shell over here and kick it to the left to open up that whole gate. And yeah, you need to take off, and thank you for dropping by to watch at least some of it. We always do keep the VODs long term as well if you eventually want to see if I can make it through, but I think if this is your 8-minute record on this level, that it is likely to stick. So, anyway, thank you once again for coming. Now, let's see over here. Yeah, so we now have a spring, we now have a way to reset through. 2 munches over here, which would require me to... Yeah, if we had the second spring, we could have launched the shell, kicked it to the left, followed it, but if we loop back here now, we lose the spring in this position. However, we can probably spring it down here when the Koopa shell comes down. We actually just need one trampoline, and it needs to be placed here. And then we have access to a POW as well. Okay. So, I don't know if this was the intentional way to do it, where you make direct contact with the POW, but it does work. And I was convinced that it would work, so I'm glad we didn't just give up on that. I don't quite know how to replicate the positioning that we had, but this is kind of promising. And we know how to get an extra spring in there, but as you can see from that positioning, one trampoline will do to get the shell to proceed if we have enough time to see it. And so the idea that I had earlier about grabbing the extra piece, which seems to be irrelevant, but we'll see if that actually holds. Getting 2 POWs at once definitely is cheese. Okay, yeah. It seems sort of finicky enough that I didn't assume that the level would be designed around it. Like, it takes too many resets to really do that cleanly. So, I assume that wouldn't be it, but 2 munchers at once, yeah. I know what you meant. Because the positioning of the munchers with that wall seemed like you were specifically trying to deny that. And I could tell. Okay, let's try not to drop through the coin directly below this P. Nope, that was failure. Okay. Yeah, so you only really get one shot at that then. But then once you clear that passage, you no longer need the P anyway to drop into these platforms, so... Okay, let's grab this one. And we'll do the same shortcut. Yeah, I can't actually obtain that P, but I think carrying the POW for it is necessary. So let's grab it. Carrying the POW allows you to get the spring later on. Actually... No. I've got a better idea. Okay, no. I've been doing things the complicated way. There's a much simpler way to do it. As usual. Yeah, no, I see it. We even said everything that was correct earlier on, which is that you put a POW here and you activate a POW, and I thought, oh, how are we going to activate a second POW? Simple. You activate this POW up here. Everything is still on screen. Then, now you have the additional POW. And we're going to try double throw anyway, in case we can keep an extra POW. Yeah, no, that was staring me in the face the whole time, and we even said everything that we needed to do correctly, which is extra silly. Yeah, that's absolutely the intended strategy. I just thought that because this semi-solid is a one-way gate that, oh, what do? We'll lose the spring. We don't need a spring. This whole thing relies on leaving that in position and getting the extra POW. That's very clearly the intended way. Very, very clearly. We lost Koopa Shell for some reason at despawn, so let's go through this gate again, and then let's position this accurately in this location. This location. And then it should skip over the POW, I think. Now, we probably do want to follow it. Oh, whoop, okay. Oh, maybe we do need a second one. Right, okay, let's reset through this again. Thought it would bounce much higher than that. But I suppose if we kick it to the left first, then it bounces down here. And then we stop it before it goes down. Perhaps. If we stop it over here, and then kick it again over here. That seems unlikely. I kind of feel like it's cleaner if we have two springs, but then that wouldn't work with the intended path to the... Oh no, we can use the POW. We can use the POW to create a floor. The semi-solids are short enough that the POW down there can create the first floor, and then we bounce the Koopa on the second dip in that row. I see it. Yeah, things are beginning to click a bit now that we're not constantly looking for the weird alternative instead. At every possible corner. Alright, let's head over to this side. And yeah, we know what to do at this point. Let's just be careful about the execution so we can get back to it. But I now see the tidy way to do everything instead of having to do anything finicky, which is kind of a refreshing change from how we were playing everything yesterday. Where we spent entirely too long looking at ways to trick out a level and break things in certain places. However, we're still doing this a short way. So we don't need to do the fight. Grab a second POW after we open the gate. Yeah, it was kind of funny that I first saw this next room that's coming up, and I basically said out loud exactly what I was supposed to do, and then we just tried everything except that. Just forgetting that, you know, we could in fact just hit an upper POW instead. Looks like we'll eventually want to cycle back here with the shell, though, for some reason. Probably to get the second spring, to be honest. Well, we have the extra POW, but we can't use it, so... So much for that. And the Koopa shell was within range of the POW, which is why we're going to take... this spring back here. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we used a POW on this floor. Then we use a spring over here to bounce it. That's what it is. Very clearly the case, in fact. Create the floor. We just don't let it dip. It's a big shell. It's going to go across the one tile gap just fine. Now, is it going to bounce accurately over here? Yes, it is. Is it going to bounce backwards over here? Yes, it is. We're going to lose access to those items, but let's let it destroy everything first. And those items will respawn, actually, even if we're out of range. So now this is interesting, because it tells me that if we have a P-switch, we can go back through this door if needed. But the main thing that seems to get me right now is an extra POW. Or access to 2 springs. We still need a P-switch somewhere, though. That seems to be... Oh, no, we just need 2 POWs. Okay, no, we have 2 POWs. We can do this. We just need 2 POWs to get through that Muncher gate on the right side. So let's just take some items over and try not to despawn them. And we'll have the double Muncher gate all pretty quickly. If I'm correct, this one over here. Then we'll continue taking this with us because we can. This is going to be a problem. Oh, we'll have to despawn it now, probably. Well, there's that Maker 1 wall bounce for you. Now, that's okay, because even if we respawn the Munchers, we can break them up again. And we won't respawn the Munchers, they're dead. Well, not immediately anyway. Okay. Okay, there we go. Good juggling over there, and P-switch is required for this gate. It seems, unless we can get up. No, that's obviously going to be the ceiling. And then we need to find a way to hit a P-switch and then come back through here. Interesting. POW will drop on a P. However, we don't have a platform to go through here, which is too bad. However, we can take the skull and see what we can do from here with the P-switch still active. Oh, okay, no, you're supposed to ride that out and then eventually land on a track while the P-switch is active. Ooh, okay, that's a big reset. Pretty sizable, in fact. That's okay, we've broken the hard blocks in the next segment. So yes, indeed, B-minutes. It is, once again, Maker 1. And, so yeah, let's hit the P-switch again and go through this door one more time. And then we have created the shortcut. The problem is we do still need both POWs in order to get through the double Muncher gate, which at this point will have respawned. If I'm correct. And we don't... Oh no, actually, yeah, we do just need a double Muncher gate, that's right. And in fact, this was a spring that was available just in this upper segment, so we didn't need to take it, really, but... We'll do everything the slow way anyway. Yeah, that's a big reset if you mess up on the skull segment that we saw. But we'll, again, try to keep everything on screen. And then go 1 hit, 2 hits. Whoop, same mistake, same mistake. That's okay, let's go back. We don't even need it, to be honest. At least I don't think we do, but... I'm going to try to respawn it anyhow. There we go. Because I just have a feeling that it's going to be useful if we stop doing that. I need to pick it up on the way instead of doing the last throw. Hang on. 89 seconds. Juggling items up walls is never actually necessary. Yeah, but I want to see if it does anything. We don't think too hard about necessary around here. I just want to see if I can do it. Nope. Hang on. Yeah. I mean, we're running low enough on time, I probably shouldn't mess around with this too much, but... Let's just despawn that and go. Let's just at least see what the track ride is then. I do want to see if this ring is useful somehow. Because you never know if it will get me something good. So yeah, it skips over to P-switch over here. We ride everything out. But then you miss the P-door after that. Which means that you probably need some additional P-switch here at this point, or you ride the skull first and then... no, because activating the POW already activates the P-switch. So... that's interesting. Because the skull takes so long after POW activation. I mean, I guess we had a little bit of a delay between hitting the POW and getting on a skull. I suppose we can test that again before ruling it out just to make sure that the timing is not the issue. Whoop. But that's something worth checking carefully, perhaps. Because to me, that seems like the P-switch just activated so early. We might have spent too long staring at it, though. Don't exactly know, so we'll go back. Oh, there we go. Again, we'll try not to drop. Yeah, we actually will save the P-switch if we come back. And we'll, in fact, have a chance to grab that P-switch if we want an extra P, but... like I was saying, when I was mapping out this area earlier, it seems like there's no benefit to picking up that P. There's nothing that we can actually use it with. Seemingly, anyway. So no matter what, we do want to take the POW through here. Oh yeah, let's break this in advance. Keeping an eye out of time as well. And we'll blow this up. Come up here. Almost a CP1, but the last puzzle before CP1 is probably the hardest puzzle in the whole level. Yeah, good to know. I'm looking at this here as well. No, until we break open... yeah, actually, looking at this door here, once we break everything open, we know what this door resets from because we've taken it previously. This is a reset door from across the P-door in the vertical ascent later. There's probably no reason to go through it using Spring plus POW later when that becomes accessible to us, but we should keep that in mind anyway, just in case it becomes useful. Very easy to lose sight of this after some of the other levels that we've seen, but okay, Hang on. Nope, didn't get it. It occurs to me that if we have 2 POWs here, we know that we can just skip this because we just need 2 POWs to get through the Muncher Gate over here. And so if we ever have an extra POW hanging around on that side, that's how we do it. We just immediately go for the Munchers, and then, of course, it's still useful to open this shell gate for purposes of repetition, but might not strictly be necessary. It turned out way harder than you were expecting? Oh yeah, that happens. I mean, I don't know how much you saw it played back when it was current. I know you said that Patrick Levesque played it, but I don't know how many streams you ended up seeing live at the time. It wasn't until after this level you're saying that you had enough understanding of their difficulty to make sure the hardest puzzle was always the level's final puzzle. Yeah, I could tell from the Maker 2 levels in particular that there was an effort to really kind of usually synthesize ideas into a big meta puzzle at the end. That was something we became accustomed to over time. Yeah, that's going to blow up everything down there. That gives you access to the second POW. You know, these objects are going to respawn for us anyway. They're available. We don't really need to mess with them too much. We just need to go back and make sure that we were close enough to see the complete demolition all the way up to this point, and we do have it. So, right, because ground blocks are just kind of loaded anyway. He never got to CP1, but Sean Sharkey eventually did. So I don't know if you shark-proofed this one as well then. I mean, you didn't re-upload it. Or at least not with a version number, so I assume it was okay. Anyway, let's go back. Nope, we did the same thing. I was okay, too. And then we got down here, and then it was trouble. Let's despawn this thing. We need to check the timing on that track later anyway. I wonder, though. I'm gonna try something. Maybe. Actually, you know what? If you take a POW with you, like if you spawn an additional POW that has not been expended, like if you take a pipe spawn POW or something, and you have an additional POW, I don't see how to do it though. Like you would need POW plus spring, then this is way too high to pick it up. I was just thinking about the possibility of sneaking a POW over to the next room. If we could do it, and then POW is still going to activate a P-switch early, though, and activating it early is not a good idea, so... Okay, let's go back here. We weren't big on re-uploading levels back then. Yeah, no. It's understandable. Okay, yeah, this is not going to be raised in a particular fashion. I think we just need to hit this and go immediately. Just be quick. Because unless you're quick... It looks like the P-switch expires well ahead of time, though. Yeah, well ahead of time. There's no way. It indicates to me that we need a P-switch activation from this side of the room. Maybe. Let me think about this for a moment. We're generally not expected to have this spring over here, but... if there's a way to... maybe remove that specific POW by carrying it with us and resetting it through the door. No, we know that you can't actually sneak a POW into here by way of the left side road. I'm just thinking about how to potentially shortcut this. Because it's going to come over here, it's going to miss the track, it's going to go over the track. But I wonder if there's something you could, you know, fall into in this location. Like if an object is getting pushed out of the way and standing on it. Let's think about it. It's 29 seconds. We're going to take some time to get back here. We know what this reset is. We know it's not going to be helpful. Usually you're expected to come back here with no item in hand. I mean, we need to find some way perhaps to delay the activation of that P-switch with that muncher. And I'm trying to think about what that could be, but we might have to navigate to some other rooms first. Perhaps. One thing that we haven't really interacted with as well is doing that second loop through the segment with Red Koopa Shell to see if we want to essentially rearrange which items we have access to. I should also remember what I pointed out earlier with the possibility of grabbing an additional P-switch, even though again that is pretty clearly not going to be the intended solution. That is true. Yeah, I mean, if there's a way to kind of get that other power out of position and raise it, I want to do it. Oh, whoops. Or carry an additional POW back here. Again, the muncher coin drop is something that we talked about. It seems like, yeah, there was a whole wall jump segment over here, which makes it difficult to carry a POW through that area. However, let's take a look. Grab this first of all. And we'll loop around. Carefully. It takes a while to get back through this level to make any progress. Like this. And whoops. Then smack this. Again, I'm thinking about a P-switch will affect anything if we get the P timing and then head over to some other room. Like here. Yeah, we know where this goes. This goes back to the bit with a track. It's not going to be helpful currently, but at least we've mapped that out. Again, not really able to take an item through here with us because of the wall jump later. But I'm considering... well, I mean, if you take a P, you can do it. If you... want to take a P-switch with you, let's think about this. Let's do it the standard way first, just to kind of progress and break open some blocks, because then we have a little bit more flexibility for everything else we're doing. And then okay. The store here gets you forward. We did kill the Koopa, so let's go back here. It's actually easier to take the POW with us through here because then we can just drop it immediately in this location. Then let's just move it. Probably bump this back about half a tile just to be sure. It should hit, but never quite confident about that, so. Yeah, again, we can take more objects with us through the reset door. And we can take an additional POW with us through that reset door above, but why would we want to do that? I don't know, but you would have access to 2 springs, regardless. Which is interesting, but... Oh, that is interesting, because then you can take... no, you would have 2 POWs here, you would expend 1. I was thinking, like, if you can get through this with Spring plus POW, but the thing is you still have 2 Munchers alive there, so the answer is no. What we should do, however, is take the other spring with us. Actually, let's take a look at this area here. Yeah, so this is gated off now. I'm thinking about the coin drop area that I was talking about earlier, but we don't have a P-switch, so that's not going to work. Let's drop this for a moment, cycle back. We're burning a ton of time already just to get back here. So let's take a look at this carefully again. So, as soon as you hit the POW, the Muncher falls in a P. Now, is there some alternative to that we haven't considered? Well, we can only take 1 item through here, theoretically, so... but then, we should watch the skull positioning carefully in case there's some way for the skull to kind of, you know, spill over or unload an item through a collision. Alternatively, we just let the P-switch expire. No, we can't. Because then the door is deactivated anyway. Yeah, we know this timing's not going to work. Track goes down. I wonder if we can obstruct it with something in up top in that top left area. That looks kind of suspicious too. It's so long to get back there that we haven't really been able to try it meaningfully, but... Oh, whoops. It's clear to me that the P timing is not generous enough. Which means we need to find some way to get back there holding a P-switch. Well, that's probably not the intended solution either, given you're telling me that item juggling up a wall jump is not going to be part of this, necessarily. Regardless, I'm not quite sure how we'll get a P that far. At this point in the level, anyway. Just try to navigate back quickly. Oh, lots to think about. Yeah, let's just wait here, and again, we'll just try to spin out of this to miss this coin, just in case we want a second P. We haven't used that at all in a live setting just yet, but we have definitely been keeping an eye on that as an option in the event that we loop back here. Yeah, looking at this over here, yeah, I can see that to the left here, that's the gate that we saw earlier. I know how to bust that open then. P-switch, you come up here and you do a coin drop on those bricks with this P-switch active. That's how to do it. I see it. I absolutely see it. So here's what I'm thinking. You wait for this P. You grab this POW. Come up over here, do a coin drop. Let's wait for this P, first of all. If it would like to come up. Coin drop on the left side. Now we open that wall. Now you can proceed through that pipe and have an extra POW. Yep, that's it. That's what it is. It's Maker 1. You have to think about interactions that cut across walls and cut across rooms, because we aren't scroll stopped or anything. We do sort of need to think outside the box that way. That should do it. That will get me across the gate that is past the red Koopa. And that'll also give you an object to take through with you if you want to take a POW. We don't know where that goes yet, of course, but we'll try to do things as is. Yeah, I mean, this extra POW isn't actually useful at this point, so that's this. And then we'll open up the gate over here since we don't have that extra POW available. And then double back for the second POW. And we'll follow it down. Grab the POW that we saw much earlier. And we'll even get the spring because the muncher there is dead. Although we can only take one object through the next area anyway, so it's not actually useful at the moment. At least I don't think so. Although I wonder, would this column open to the left side here? Wall jump? No, no, no. Everything's shut down here. It just ditches you in that pit. But let's cycle back through here, grab both POWs, and hit both munchers. Make another attempt at jumping around over here. And this opens that gate here. Now, there's a POW here available, but we're going to take the spring through because that's not necessarily intended. And then now, yes, we bypass the P-switch. Oh, that's why you need a POW, because then the idea is that this... Oh, whoops, I overshot. I wasn't trying to jump up here. I was trying to demonstrate that if you take a POW through here, you have a late activation on the POW. And then this track gets you directly to the door and through. So I actually should have taken a POW with me. But that's okay. I wonder if I can still... Oh no, one-way panels. I probably can't ground pound or anything on that side. No, whoops. Yeah, one-way panels. I can't actually go through there. That's okay. We had 193 on the clock. We actually had plenty of time to reset, but we'll try to buy time. And yeah, that's a very satisfying solution, actually, to really pay attention to how the rooms are connected throughout the layout, and where we are able to do the POW and coin drop, which, you know, I mentioned as an idea much earlier on, and we were just looking for the correct opportunity to do it. And yeah, it looks like a very nice solution. It's very satisfying to actually spot and pull off. And it might be something similar with this gate over here as well later on, because we would just need to have a way to have a P-switch available in that location, and we would be able to go through here. Anyway, let's go through this bit. Mess around with the P-switch once again, as usual. Leave that coin alive, and then survive the burners, which is easy enough so long as we're paying attention. Well, we've got lots more level to come, obviously. But yeah, it's going to be the coin drop on the left side, which we'll do. Doesn't mean we have to take advantage of this very limited opportunity on the P-switch, but that's okay. We'll just open this gate. Just to reduce execution burden, we'll put POW up here, just so we can jump towards it directly without worrying too much. coin drop on this side. And then another POW over on this side. Very nice. Okay, so we continue here. We then take an additional POW after we hit the P-switch, and then we send it upstairs the way that we know how. Then, yeah, we'll hit this one. And just try to... Oh, okay, didn't work, but that's okay. I always go for that because it does shortcut the gate to the right pretty easily. Because then you just have 2 POWs available over here without doing the entire loop down below. So it's always worth trying in case you can make it happen. But if it doesn't happen, that's okay. We just bust this open, and, you know, having the Koopa Shell open this gate is going to be a little better for the long run anyway, in case we have any kind of further reversals, resets over here. And so we'll grab this POW. It will not spill over the left side. And we'll actually get this done somewhat efficiently. Oh yeah, we should have just left it downstairs and then picked this one up. That's okay. And then we'll grab a POW over here. We can actually afford to hit this immediately with a P-switch because this door is quick. We just hold up. And then that's checkpoint 1. Hardest puzzle in the level, really? I guess, I mean, because it requires that bit of lateral thinking. Oh, bad idea. Hang on. That's okay, we're at checkpoint. But normally you would not be expected to have mushroom there, even though there's no mushroom prevention going on. I think we just stomp through, oh, or just do that. However, if you stomp through it like that, you run into trouble with the hammer. So, probably better to pick up that POW and fire it a bit later. Yeah, so if you're taking a clear check path, you get a mushroom. And then maybe that's nice, but we just have to dodge this guy for a bit, I think. Oh. This looks like a scooch your forehead moment to me, to be honest. Where we were supposed to... Oh. Okay, you have the POW available. It looks like you would be able to bust this stuff down if you had a P-switch active, though. However, let's just continue. It seems like we're probably supposed to dunk something onto the track with this note block. Nope, I guess not. It just hits. And then we continue. And then we have a place here to do a bunch of hits. This is a reset door down here. Yeah, I think maybe that track was still relevant. But let's take all this down and see what a continuation might be. Right, so you need an additional POW here. So the idea is that you load the POW onto the track, and then you let the skull platform, rather, not a track, and you let it carry the POW over to this location. It drops it here, and then you have 2 POWs available if you keep pace. So that looks correct to me. Oh, no, that's a total miss. That's okay. Yeah, interestingly enough, if you do have the mushroom here, then you just take damage boost through that. We still have to deal with the hammer afterwards, but you know, if you take a damage boost through here, then you can just kind of sit on an extra POW, and then you're totally okay. Now, if we just stay on the head here, we are actually also I don't know know about that because we don't actually have a way to load the POW onto this platform at that point. It looks like there's some kind of P-switch going on here that we need to be aware of. That we currently don't know about. Notice the P door. But the P door is how we got in here in the first place to get through the checkpoint flag, and the second door is to reset. Okay. Because you came in here with a particularly late P-switch. Well, we'll see. Oh, that got caught here. Yeah, because I'm thinking about how we could possibly open up the POW in time. And load it onto this platform. We should probably just go ahead and kill this guy and jump him. Jumping into a hammer brother is not always the best idea. I wonder if there's a window of opportunity here. There isn't really. But it was worth checking. So yeah, I kind of wonder how much a clear check from start actually allows you to skip with that extra hit you can take from the mushroom. Probably not much, just looking at how the gating here works. Ah, okay, no, you just let that POW stay on the track, I guess. Or no, can't be. It's gotta be like a head bump on another track or something. We gotta stay away from this guy. Probably just head bump all the way over. I feel like you have to kind of head bump to the right, perhaps, and load the POW onto a separate track. That you're only really going to be able to do that if you get the hammer out of the way, perhaps. There's a bit of meta knowledge going on here where I know that you played a lot of Pink Birdo levels when under current, and the forehead bump to load the POW from track to track is such a common theme in those puzzles that we absolutely can't rule it out when we see something like this where there's going to be some kind of track loading involved. It doesn't seem like positionally we can really do it though until we find a way to, you know, kind of bump that POW one step at a time perhaps, where we get under it and just try to juggle it on the head going right, which seems excessively complicated. Well, we'll see. That was trying to dodge so well over there that it wasn't happening. Actually, no, we just need a POW to go left to right. We need to bump it onto the track. Actually, no, we just need to bump the POW onto the track. It'll reverse just fine, and the track will stay loaded. Yeah, so that's all it is a head bump of the POW onto the track. And then it seems to be reversing over here, but if it landed on track, then it should go. But at the time when you made this level, you weren't familiar with Pink Birdo yet. Okay, so never mind. So is that POW going to come back? I actually don't know if we hit accurately to begin with, but yeah, because maybe I didn't. And we can't really reverse through here at this point. Okay. I feel like it is going to be a head bump on the track, though, and that we need POW to basically load onto the track and then loop around. However, we can also try to avoid hitting this POW here this way. And then if we do that, then we actually have access to a second POW. Okay, no, it's not going to be anything like that, then. We just loop around and grab the second POW without hitting with the Koopa Shell, so we should have just, you know, come through the level a little further. Oh, okay, no, never mind. No, we can do it. We can do it. No, we can't do it. Okay. We should have... Yeah, come down here, grab this POW first, done one hit with it, then gone back up. Yes, that's the way. That's the way to do it. Yeah. We did the wrong power order, but I do see a solution. Then, in that case, we might as well just use the second POW against the hammer, because it's not going to be relevant to us yet.
Oh no!
We do have to survive the hammer a couple times first, though. Can only imagine how that went for the clear checking. Okay, then let's just use it. Because... yeah, none of this will be relevant. Then we take this guy, we jump through here, we hit. Then we jump through here, and we hit. Then we clear this gate. Now the question is, do we require some additional item that we have to take through this area with us? Notice that there is seemingly a P-switch, or possibly even a shell gate down there. P-switch, probably. No, yeah, 2 blocks like that. That'll be... oh, okay, no, we need an item. We did need an additional POW or something. But maybe we have to reverse through this area... yeah, it seems like we need to kind of loop back through this area somehow, too. Get the item that we need. Or we can use a shell to bust through this area and open up whatever's down here. If it's a POW or something, then... oh, jumped late. Didn't think about that. That's okay, we're at checkpoint. Yeah, because P-switch later on would allow me to open up a couple of things here. Specifically these gates here. If we open those up, then we have a way to load a POW across, and I feel like there's going to be a repetition over this segment later, but we are required to do that. I expect some kind of repetition with the P-state at this point, but we'll see. Let's open up that pipe first of all and see what spawns from there, in case it is something that we can use to go through this location. We'll stand up here this time. What does that give me? Propeller? That's not what I expected. That's not at all what I expected. Okay, that's interesting. And then you see the bumper in this segment. Now, we can't really... oh, I should have gotten a shell down below, actually, because then the idea is that you get the P-switch here. Oh, I guess you can. Oh, that's a problem. Okay. Should have just wall jumped it, to be honest. And then come out the top. Yeah, I mean, first time seeing that, so... well, now we should think about how continuations with the propeller might work if we look back with it elsewhere, because that's something that really kind of came out of nowhere for me, that we didn't realize that would be a factor this level, just from the other locations we've been seeing. But perhaps it's only relevant past this point, so let's take a look here. Hang on. Here we go. Yeah, we'll open up the propeller once again. And eventually we'll want to take an object through here. Likely one of the POWs. But... now, we have to remember that in Maker 1, spin jump allows you to pick up objects. I wonder if that affects anything propeller related. I mean, we can carry an object through with us. That's what I'm thinking, but oh, we probably don't want to break too much with that shell, though. It does occur to me that taking an object through with us is a possibility, which means we are, of course, going to try it. Although later on, we're going to have wall jump issues, and maybe this is... Oh. There we go, up into the pipe. And that gives me the buzzy shell to open up this shortcut. Let's get another one too. And that opens up propeller over here too, okay. Well, this opens up a lot, actually. Let's actually hit all this without the P-switch too. Because it does allow me to take an object through if we propel up this column. And if we take an object through here, if we have something like an extra P, then suddenly we might be looking at something new. Let's check everything. Yes, because P-switch plus POW, once again, is what we need to get through the gate that is coming up very soon. Or, moreover, having the POW available over here is going to be relevant as well, where... Yeah, you can just jump down here. Like that. And then you can hit that muncher, but the thing is we don't have the P-switch. We would need the P-switch. But we can basically skip over that muncher gate at this point, and if we have a P-state, then we can hit that muncher later on. Now, we know from previous experience... Oh, also we respawn from checkpoints. We do have to redo a couple of things. Oh, no. I wanted a P-state over here. Yeah, I missed it. Because what I want to do is have a P-state and then bust down this column right here. And we can do it. Because if we keep the propeller, then that's all that's needed to do that. So let's just reset through this door. Yeah, very nice, actually. I didn't expect anything like this. And we don't really need this power, I think, because we pick it up again later. Let's just take it just in case. Or even take the other power so we can respawn and despawn this one. Yeah. Let's not get too fancy here. But it's the same kind of solution as we saw earlier, which is using POW and coin drop to get through a lot of this stuff. And yeah, we could actually have just done a P-switch through here as well. Or used a POW hit through here, and then... Yeah, we'll have the second POW available. We'll go through... Yeah, no, we just need to loop back to the start. Yes, okay, no. I needed to kind of map this out in my head, but I think we should be able to get to checkpoint 2 before too long. We have enough time as long as we don't lose the propeller, and we know where the propeller refresh location is at this point as well, so... basically, if we have a POW available here, we hit P-switch, go through the P-door... Yeah, no, this is not the segment we want. This is down here, the segment we want. And we... Oh, do we have access to the other... Oh, wait a minute. Let me rethink this. Because, yeah, we had POW 1 here, POW 2. Okay, no, we made a slight mistake. I should have just hit the POW through here in the first place and then reset through here. Okay, yeah. Because, yeah, no, I realized that because we started from checkpoint, we actually haven't broken these other POWs yet. Which means we should grab this, loop back, and then get the P-switch state once more. Okay, no, let's not do that whole loop. That was unnecessary. What we need to do is very quickly go through here. Good coin drop. Now that gate is open. Now we need to keep a POW going into the next segment, because that will allow me to get through... Oh, hang on, nearly lost that. That will allow me to get through the muncher on that side, and we'll hopefully see the flag soon after that, because otherwise we'll run into time trouble. Yeah. Again, we don't really need to do this whole sequence this way, but just do whatever is cleanest to get us over to the POW over here. In fact, we don't need a skull platform, we just need to hit over here. Then that'll get me through this way, 43 seconds. That is not checkpoint, that is more propeller. And then... no, okay, no, this is how you get... Okay, I see it. Yeah, we're gonna run out of time, we can't try this, but... This is how you eventually make it over to the part where... Yeah. Okay, well, no, we're going to have a big reset here, and we're going to lose it because we lost the propeller. But that P-switch there is how you eventually escort a POW all the way over to the pipe that you need to enter. So we were just a little short on time to do that, and of course, if we had sort of done the last segment cleanly, we would have seen it. But basically, I know the whole sequence up to that point, and we wasted a lot of time doing a bit of an extra loop in the main world that last attempt. So if we avoid that and we grab a POW on the way over, then we're actually going to be okay. And even if we do reset through a door here, as long as we keep the propeller and don't die to the hammer, once we have cleared out these blocks, it's actually simple to redo and carry a POW through with us from that point. So, whoops, that's okay, this is fine. Let's just try to recreate everything at that point. Yeah, and I have to remind myself that, you know, because we're starting a checkpoint, all the hard blocks we broke prior to checkpoint 1 are back, and we can't really depend on their absence. But yeah, that's how you eventually get a POW to sit here. And so I do see how to do it. We don't need a shell for anything, so we won't take it. We'll stick close to the pipe to avoid issues with the other green Kuba, perhaps. And then just punch through here. Here we go. And then if you don't take any damage and you keep a propeller, this is fine. You open up Fuzzy Shell, and then we know how to continue pretty swiftly from there. Let's unblock this bit too. And unblock all of this stuff. Trying to unblock and then spin, but oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. Okay. I was trying to stay in that area after breaking the last coin. Yeah, no, that was silly. We should have just used a P-switch to swap that over. We were making good time that time, too. And then... Yeah, we know at that point... Yeah, we don't even need to get that column yet. We can do that later. If we're keeping the propeller. But yeah, this POW becomes relevant again later. So I'm guessing that we're pretty close to checkpoint 2 at this stage, given that after that next pipe. I mean, we know the remaining checkpoint is going to be in the main world. The ghost house. And so I think after this exit pipe over here to the right, that's likely to get you there. Anyway, let's open this. Open this once again, and then let's just proceed quickly without playing around there too much. In the pipe. And let's not mess around too much here. We will need to remove these munchers with the POW, but then that's easily done. What we do want, though, is to refresh this room so we can grab another POW before we mess around too much with all this stuff. Indeed, what we might want to do is do that. That's a lot cleaner. And then we just reload this room. Oh, except we need... Yeah, okay, never mind, because we actually do need a second POW. No, we don't. We just go through here. Oh, you can actually pick up this P-switch. I didn't even think about that. That this P-switch is obtainable. We never used that. But... let me think about how that might be useful. Yeah, we'll need to cycle through once in order to get one POW past a reset. So, okay, the fact that we can pick up this P through this central column is a new discovery as well, and one that we didn't use, and so maybe it does simplify things somehow if we basically load P plus POW later on, and... Whoops. Let's grab this. Bring it back here. And now we can just take this, wrap around. Yeah, I didn't even think about a central column, but that is something that we're underusing, and perhaps we're shortcutting something about the solution that I haven't thought about. But anyway, we'll take down that gate. And I like that way of doing it. Whoops. Oh, no POWs. Okay. What happened to the other one? I guess that's fine. We don't need it. We can just take the one here. No, let's not die to this area. When we have the repeller to keep us company. And then, yeah, when you drill down with the propeller, you do lose the item you're holding, of course. Again, we'll use the shell because it's easier to execute instead of just getting one POW. Yeah, well, you need to break this open anyway, which I should remember. Kill this. Of course, I'm thinking, you know, at this point, if we're holding a second POW into this, then we don't need to grab one in the next segment here. But we'll be able to grab one off the tracks, I think. Actually, no. Oh, no, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Yeah, no, we should have written this down. We should have written it down. Because if you keep the propeller and then you go through the reset here, you're actually still in pretty good shape, because you are able to pick up the other POWs later and take them through. Okay, so we kind of blew that attempt, but puzzle-wise, I think I've seen everything I need to see to understand how to get through this room. There's no puzzle complication that I should be thinking about. Following the skull platform should actually take you through here cleanly as well. At least it seems so. And let's head down. We'll grab the next one. Send it through here, grab the propeller, and then we will be through this gate. Yeah, just a couple of very minor execution traps we should try to not fall victim to. But now it's up here. That goes pretty cleanly. And we won't even have to ground pound. Go through here. Now, does the ability to take the P-switch get me anything interesting? Let's think about that. Well, let's actually take this column out as well, just to simplify things a bit. Come through here. Oh yeah, you need to spend that POW anyway, so yeah, that's right. So we don't loop around it, we go through here instead. We try to grab a POW off this over here. And we could have actually hit that if we were a little quicker, but we weren't a little quicker, so we'll do it a long way. Actually, yeah, we don't even need to spend a POW, to be honest. The fact that you can come up through here means that you don't need to spend a POW, so we could have just reset through this pipe instead of doing this loop. I see it now. Becky Chicken, welcome. Yeah, because this central column basically lets you get around the muncher. Oh. Did I break it? I didn't break it. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. And we lost all the POWs too. How do we... Okay, never mind. Anyway, let's just go through this way. You see? Much cleaner. Oh, except no, you still need to spend this POW. Never mind. Oddly enough, I could have taken a second P with me. Yeah, let's redo this. Hang on. Okay. And happy Saturday to you as well. Becky Chicken. Okay, let's take this through. And we'll try to be a little quicker this time about getting the camera in an accurate position. Good coin drop. And then from this point, we can just take the next POW. Then let's not die to this bit. Yeah, we could have just probably taken the first skull over and the propeller up, but no, since I will not have access to wall jump, let's not mess around. Let's just do this properly. And yeah, we can hit with the first POW, but then we'd have to kind of wrap around for the second POW. Yeah, that's okay, actually. Yeah, it's quicker to do it this way. No, it's not quicker to do it this way because we, yeah, still need the shell to cut through the hard blocks. I keep forgetting that we did reset all the hard blocks from checkpoint. That's okay, we just need to do this POW this way. It's also implies that we totally could have skipped that muncher as before and maybe given ourselves a second POW here. No, I don't think so. I'm just thinking about the way that muncher gate is laid out and whether there was any possibility. Anyway, we should just ride. And then after we ride, we can go back through to reset and grab a POW. Now we have to be super careful here, because we don't want to die to the hammer or something at the last minute. Okay, where's my... Oh. Whoa. Oh, nope. Oh, nope. We're in trouble. Okay, no, let's just reset. The safest thing to do is keep the propeller and reset. Or perhaps use one of these POWs. Actually, no, we're fine, because we can take this POW around the bottom. Or can we? Yeah, because we can take this POW up, we can hit that one, we can come down here. No, we would still need to spend 2 POWs. Because the other POW is out of range of this muncher here. What we can do, however, is ride the skull. Or, no, let me think about this. We probably don't want to do this, but... Actually, yes we do, because... no, we missed it. Okay, never mind. I was hoping to kill the spike tops with the first POW, and then we have a second POW available to get rid of the hammer. And then we avoid issues with this guy. There we go. Now we have an extra POW available. And then we have to come through here. And that's okay, because as long as we... Nope, that was... Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That's not fine. Because we're not within range of the muncher. Okay, that's an execution mistake once again. I didn't want to kick that, I wanted to pick it up. That's okay, at least we have this POW early. This is the POW off the track though, so we kind of need to keep it. And go around this way. And just skip the hammer. Okay. Oh yeah, and if we take the shell through, then we can't really, let's see. No. Yeah, no, this is the wrong way to do it. Hang on. Wrong way to do it. Yeah, we messed this up in so many different ways. We should just come under. We should just come under in the first place, but then... We actually needed to get back to where we came in with the skull earlier. So for example, if we come over here, we can just go up, right? No, we can't. Ah, we can go up the left side once we are here. Okay, we're gonna run out of time, but I want to see if I can demonstrate this. Where once we're through in this location, we then jump up to the left and then we hit the P switch and then we ride that skull platform while holding it down. That's what it is. And yeah, Picky Checking, you were saying this is a cool POW puzzle. It's quite a bit more than that in some ways. It's a whole lot of POWs. We've mapped out most of the solution. I just misread something with how the last bit was going to go, but I think we clearly take the propeller over to the top left, and then ride the skull again. Then, theoretically, have an extra POW available to us on the next area. So yeah, I see what this one-way panel is doing for me now, that if we come through here like this, then we can do that, but then we wouldn't be able to take a POW through with us at the same time. That's the issue that I was running into. However, if you loaded a POW on top of the skull platform would send it down to the bottom. Even if you are coming up here as Mario, the skull platform would land the next POW down here. And that's what we're going for. In fact, if you follow the skull platform, you land a third POW down here. Then you actually just need to get rid of this one on the right, and then you send the other one over. Yeah, okay. I see it, and it was the obvious thing to do, it's just that we missed a lot. Alright, in that case, let's go down. Let's grab the green Koopa shell. And grab the propeller. Okay. All jump up. And into the up pipe. Glad we didn't miss it. We'll open up this gate once again. Kill everything over here. And we'll try to do this bit quickly. To see if we can do it in a single cycle. Coin drop, got it. Okay, good. That saves us a lot of time. And then we can come back over here. Take this POW over this way. We'll ride everything. Now, if I'm correct, well, let's try to get an extra POW escort across here. That means that we're going to do this with a shell method. I see, yeah, because the one-way panel later on, the thing I was keeping in mind is not going to work. I was going to think about escorting both POWs over. Yeah, no, that's not going to work because you do need to kill the muncher in order to do that. Yeah, we can't just have a second POW readily available to take across over here. However, if we do that, then we'll go back to where we were in this area. We ride this out and we have to cycle through at least once more too. So the idea is that we hold a POW while riding here, and then we hold a POW in this location. At that point, the munchers will be back. And that's okay, because we're going to get... Actually, no, because these munchers on this side are dead, so we just need to loop back around there. That is going to require me to go through here and go to the top left while holding a POW, which means that we need to survive with an extra POW up to that moment. We can do that. So it's in this segment here that if we grab this POW that is coming up very shortly and we take it up here, then we ride. Okay, that was dangerous. Ah, yes, I see it. It carts the muncher away. That's a very... Oh, come on. Yeah, I accidentally did the drill down and let go of the POW. No, we needed the POW to brace the pipe over here. I see why there's no muncher gate there anymore. It's because if you follow this blue skull platform all the way, that resolves that issue. Okay, let's redo this. Why not brutally murder a hammer rope? Because my timing tends to be terrible, and if I lose the propeller by jumping directly onto a hammer throw, things get bad pretty quickly. And, oh, you were saying, if you're going to be a long-term viewer here, you should make it known that I can call you Pecky? Okay, Pecky will do. It's short for Rebecca. It's probably just short for Pecky checking, but, you know, I'm just saying. Oh, good, we didn't get crushed or anything. This would have been a dangerous crush death. Okay, let's not do the drill down, because that let go of the POW in a way that we don't want. Now, we finally get out through here. Do we hit checkpoint 2? Yes, we do. And there's a mushroom here, but not a propeller, which tells me that we better check both pipes. And we need a POW here. Actually, a buzzy throw is going to do that just fine. As long as the buzzy throw heads over the munchers here. And then this clears everything. Good. And then we need to just sort of unpick our way through this. One POW at a time. Which we can do. Mostly. We're not expected to have the propeller past checkpoint at this point. This is kind of optional, but we'll see if it gets me anything good at the end, perhaps, if we manage to keep it. Wow. Propeller going through this segment here has not really been cooperative. That's okay. Oh, interesting. Now, note block spawn means that that's only usable once. We need to be aware of that. Then we'll down here, 81 seconds remain. And then I'll try not to get hit too badly. I missed something. I did miss something. I'm down by a POW. But am I able to even reverse through this or respawn anything? Past this point. Let's go to the leftmost extent that I can find. We've got 47 seconds to figure this out. That's okay, we'll be back at checkpoint, it's just that we won't have a propeller available. I feel like I was maybe out of range with one particular POW in this sequence. Oh! Wonder what happened there. I was just looking over chat to say that, you know, this level has a secret or something, and then I totally missed what actually just happened to activate the POW. I wonder if it was just Bowser doing something for me, using Bowser Fire. Yeah, we actually want Bowser Fire to break as much of this as possible. We have 10 seconds, it's not going to happen. We're basically going to be delayed by Bowser taking his sweet time to stall us out.
Oh no!
That's okay. This level is a secret at the end if you can manage to beat its boss while still in a power-up state. Does that include Mushroom? Because obviously we've lost a propeller at this point, and we can't get back to it. A mushroom is sufficient, okay. Well, we will try to do that. Because we do want to see things as completely as possible. Yeah, it's sort of interesting to think about this level as the... I mean, it's definitely a big step up from some of the earlier designs in terms of approaching some of the puzzle structure across the level that would kind of become a hallmark of the style later on. There we go. And so it's been interesting to see this puzzle develop in terms of the different routes and gating mechanisms. And compared to some of the previous ones, of course, the Find the Exit Secret series, having much less of a reliance on information that's sort of slightly out of view in terms of, you know, being able to jump into the correct spots and check spots. Like, I feel like seeing where to go has generally not been an issue here. It's more just sort of understanding how the different gates interact with each other. Also, my sound has been dead for some time, hasn't it? Nobody told me about this. I don't know if this just happened. Give me one moment and let me try to fix the sound and hopefully not take down the whole stream when we're so close to the end. 1 second. Okay, hopefully the synchronization's not too far off. Yeah, sorry about that. Didn't realize that it had gone kaput. Nintendo, Donkeyman was saying, didn't know about Tetrapteryx levels when it decided on a 500-second limit. Well, I mean, it just makes the clear check path extra interesting. However, being obstructed by the timer here on the Bowser fight was perhaps a bit of an issue. So we send a P-switch over, and we have to bounce it over multiple times, I'm sure, and then we just let Bowser blow things up slowly. I'll just sit here until he does it. I mean, diagonal shots are the only thing that are going to do anything for me here. He is going to try to sneak across, though. He won't quite make it. But it would kindly do a spread shot for us here. That would be nice. And then we can kind of get through, and then that's totally going to trap me in a terrible position. That's better. Let's not despawn anything, obviously. That would be pretty dreadful at this point. And then we just kill him this way. And let's see what else we can do. Oh, there we go. That must be the secret you were talking about. Please keep the mushroom. Yeah. J plus E. And that's not an alphanumeric code for something, I'm guessing. But that's okay. We'll go down through here. And that gives you the top of the flag instead of going up the steps over there.
Mario time.
And yeah, Tetrapteryx, I know exactly what the J plus E is here. It's not Tetrapteryx 3, which I think was the... Yeah, because I actually did look at the route in the last level we played yesterday to see what secret room or anything I missed, and I did in fact see the Tetrapteryx 3 room that we unfortunately did not get a chance to put on stream. And yeah, you actually think it's good that you're required to beat your levels in real time and keeps the scope in check. Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely sort of constrains certain kinds of structures that you can do. I think, you know, as a constraint prior to the introduction of checkpoints a couple weeks into the game, it definitely made people who wanted to do Metroid-style levels think way outside the box. But we made it. It was a 2-hour clear, which is actually pretty reasonable for something of this complexity. Like I said, it's definitely a major step in terms of the emergence of the style that we would later associate with the Tetrapteryx style puzzle. And yeah, pretty satisfying to see that. We can see in the final screen here, and we saw much earlier how the blaster drop creates the staircase. Presumably the pipe there is the exit if you go into the pipe instead of popping next to it for the final secret area. So yeah, pick a check in real time. I mean, like, you know, doing the 1 segment clear check. I think that's what he's talking about, like doing the 1 segment clear check in under 500 seconds. We have plenty of time to do at least 1 more, possibly 2 if we're quick about it. This is another one with the world record, an Emily world record, again at about the 8-minute mark though. Next level is not Ichigo Mole and his socks. And I did, of course, previously play The Return of Ichigo Mole, and I was actually looking back at my videos to see how long I took in that one, and that was like 4 or 5 hours over 2 segments. But we'll do at least 1 more today. We'll try to look at the Temple of Golden Keys and see how well we do with it. And yeah, document, well, the Ichigo Mole level that we had previously streamed about 2 years ago was this one here. We did it in conjunction with the other PvP Perplexing Puzzles project level that was by Pink Birdo, which this level actually has a reference to if you do it to 100%. It was very satisfying. Yeah, I think John is justly very proud of it, but we never saw its prequel to see, its predecessor, I should say, to see how that particular series developed. But we are going to see the Temple of Golden Keys today. We'll definitely look at it. A precursor, perhaps, to the 6YMM Zelda level in terms of giving us a look at the Zelda theme. This is in SMB1, which tells me two things. First of all, no direct item handling on our part, and two, probably a Link Mystery Mushroom that's totally going to throw us off because we'll keep trying to use all the Maker 2 abilities like we've done in previous Link amiibo levels. But yeah, if Ichigo Mole needs its own day, that's perfectly fine. If we start it today and have time and we don't complete it, that's also fine, and we'll make as much time as we need. We'll definitely try to get more than one clear on today's stream, though. Okay, let's grab this. And you appreciate my appreciation for Puzzly Maker level. I mean, we're doing the entire series on Tetrapteryx's profile here. You kind of have to have a certain tolerance for puzzles at minimum. Looks like this is eventually going to be a door where you drop the cannon over here. And of course, you know, this is first room already in this level. I'm already thinking, oh, that's easy. You just hold a bomb like this and jump up with good timing, and then you're done. Nope, not in this game. No ground pounds here either, unlike the last level. Looks like riding the cannonball all the way over at some point is not going to be the case unless you break this open. However, you are going to break this open, I think. Looking at these heart blocks, that just screams Big Shell to me. And speaking of big shells, I guess since this comes out of the pipe, we use one to hit the POW to get rid of the bunchers, and then we use another one to eradicate everything down below. This is your first Maker level that doesn't have any cheese. We can take that as a challenge, but of course, you know, with SMB1, there's no item handling. There's only so much flexibility for me as a player, so... Anything? No, not a vine or anything. It is going to be a further shell kit, but not that shell, obviously, due to the one-tile gap. And then we'll go through here. Yeah. Oh, big shell. And big raid, Crozy. Let me give you a proper shout out here, and welcome everybody who just came in with the Crozy raid as well. I hope you enjoyed Smash Ultimate over there. And you're saying in your raid message, because you shower and do basic hygiene, that's why you don't stream Smash. Yeah, you got me there. That's seemingly the reasoning. I've definitely heard about the kind of legendary reputation, I should say, for certain competitive scenes where it is advisable to bring deodorant. But hey, we're not going to judge. We're not good enough at Smash to really be opinionated about this. So, oh, we're going to have to drop this step by step before this bounces up. Yeah, and then, okay, no, that'll do. And then we drop it through here. Good. And then we just let this... Nope. That was something that caught me by surprise. We need to fall into this location. How do we do that? We have to drop it a little differently. Either that, or we need to perhaps go down and obstruct this. No, it's going to come up here either way, but what we need to do is kind of stay up here and step on top of it when it hits snow block so we can make it continue. I think that's what's going on here. Let's see if this goes. Nope, it's still going to bounce. Well, let's not get hit too many times here. No, actually, we just need to send it to this lower note block. Yeah, we just send it down another column, and then the lower note block will take care of that. There we go. It's going to bounce up here and then bounce back. And then we can send it across this way if we dodge. We'll cycle over quite nicely, in fact. Oh, nope. Never mind. So much for the Master Sword here. Well, yeah, we actually do want it to send across first. Let's just come down. And is this going to be accurate? Yes, it is. Let's follow it. Key switch over here, possibly. Or we continue down here. And yeah, Snortle knows. I mean, you know, we do have a cold front coming in from the western seaboard or something today. I don't know if that's a particularly good use of our commentary, but you know, you can imagine that I'm pointing to a map while I'm figuring out this puzzle level. Anyway, when we're busy, well, when we're finished talking about the weather, let's just go through this pipe, and it seems to be the only continuation here. Okay. Eradicate some of the POWs. That allows you to go through this area here. I think that's the only thing it gets you right now. 196 remaining, and then this will hopefully give you another shell to work with. And it does. And then it's going to be a lot of back and forth with shells. That'll also give you access to some of those doors, I think, later on. But then that means there's going to be a particular unstacking sequence that is going to lower the munchers. Or is there? Go through this door. Ah, keys. Yeah, this is also the... Is this the first level of this series that was seen with key doors? I think it must be... Yeah, it must be. Well, this is the third 2016 level that we've seen so far in this area. And... Right, and then you have to go through the other keys as well. Now, hard blocks do remain destroyed, so it does mean that we'll have some of those doors remain available to us if we go through this segment and go through once again. Yeah, because no, I do remember the key doors were kind of a January 2016 thing, and so you probably conceptualized the other two since that patch well ahead of time, and then this one here will... Anyway, let's go through here first. Let's be careful with this guy. I think maybe we'll get a bit of a different deflection pattern. We won't. We do need to maybe respawn or drop him. Yeah, because, okay, no, we can respawn him over here. He's going to bounce back this way. We have an additional POW hit that we can do, or some way to take him down. We have 84 seconds. If we can kind of do a kick back at this point. I actually don't see how the pattern is going to come together. Okay, it's going to send that over there. It comes off this offset. But if you stop the shell here, and then kick it to the left, then you open up the pattern a little bit. 53 seconds, let's just figure this out steadily. But basically, if you don't run into this, but rather if I... Yeah, no, it's going to fly right over that platform though, so I think maybe that doesn't work. That's okay. We've discovered a few things. And that means we can head back over. And kick... Whoops. Not that soon. Kick this shell and kick it twice. we need to power on screen, obviously. And then we kick it this way. Here was an area beyond the key door. Or there was an area beyond the key door I hadn't explored at all yet. Yeah, I mean, I was short on time, so... Still learning quite a bit about the level as we go. And then now we need to be careful with this segment because... Yeah, we'll leave this in place because unless the shell blows it up, that will give me a refresh on the... I want to say the Master Sword, but of course I just mean the Link costume. Anyway, it's going to cut through, that's going to loop back, and not hit the question block, good. Oh. Yes, and then we need to load this again. And this. And get down here. Then we load 2 down here. Nope, hang on. That's okay, we'll do it this way. Nope. Should work this time. Good, it's going to come up in a moment and be totally hazardous. But then we can take it down here. And then... Yeah, we've got all this down so far. This looks like it's eventually going to be a P-switch. Or perhaps we sneak down from below and with the mystery mushroom we can hit it. We know about key door number 1. We hadn't really explored past that point yet. Let's be careful with the fire bars. And head over to this pipe because that's the only continuation here. That platform on a track next to the piranha down below, that seems like it's some kind of item loader. That we'll want to be aware of eventually. Let's just bust this open. Yeah, eventually we'll be manipulating these stacks too. Let's do something a bit different. I'm thinking that if you manage to jump on top of the shell here and you just dunk it, then you can push it to the left. Open that up, but that doesn't really get you very much. So, at least not yet. So anyway, let's go through the door to get the key. And... then we'll loop back around. Doing a lot better on time this time. And then, whoop. Bust him open. Oh, that's just Mr. Mushroom as before, of course. And, yeah, something that can be opened up over here. We should, in fact, take these guys out, both of them at once, double kill. Excellent. I wonder if you're supposed to... Oh, well, no, let's just do this and platform across, I suppose. Then we'll get up over here. When you look at Link from straight on, it looks like a view through your ring doorbell of a door-to-door Link waiting to teach you about... Oh, I see. Like a... I don't know. Missionary Link or something. A link to your salvation. He's even got the Crusader shield and everything, right, to really complete the effect. This reloads from the pipe, so yeah, we'll take it, and then that ensures we can continue through here. There's quite a lot going on at once here that we should look at, but if we survive a lot of the shell kicking, it looks like it's going to eventually bounce up here if we manipulate the donut blocks in just the right way. And yeah, we actually do need to bounce the correct donut blocks. Whoa. And that sends it up here. Hang on. Potentially very hazardous. But we made it. Then we just need to drop it down below. Then we can't drop it over there yet, but if we eventually have something like P-switch, we'd be able to. Oh, POW, okay. We can do that too. What does that give me? Nothing as yet, because I really want to just tap this thing with a sword. I really want to tap it with a sword, but okay, if you send it over at this point, I wonder if you can just kind of rush over to it if you despawn a POW and enter that pipe still. Like, right here? No. Yeah, just sword to POW, that's, you know, easily what you're supposed to do. However, now that the muncher's out of the way, you can send the Koopa down here on the right side. If you kind of kick it over this way, and we kind of need to deflect it after that to kick it back to the right to send it up. Whoops, nope, that's not it. Hang on. We want to send it up and then over to this from left to right. There's going to be a particular pattern we want for that. And it's not going to be that, but it is going to be this. Then we kick it this way. Good. We probably should have gone for that other mystery mushroom earlier. Because now we're in a bit of a bind. Oh, I was hoping to jump on top of that, but that's okay. We've seen a lot of that, obviously, a lot of execution barriers along the way when it comes to dropping the donut blocks in all of the correct places, but we'll go through that and see what we can do. Okay, now again, here we are. All of that gets eliminated, and then we just need to not die to this bit, if we can avoid it. And then that's going to cut through here. Oh, and then back up top. Okay. And then, yeah, that's fine, that's correct. Still. And then we just drop it down here. Okay, fairly efficiently done, in fact. By our usual standards. Let's not fall into the pit. And continue this way. Okay, now let's go through here. Then yeah, we go up, drop through here, yep. Same idea as before, just trying to retrace our steps through everything we've seen already. That's going to get us down to key number 1. And we just want to recover our position as quickly as possible since we did have a bit of progression going on. And we'll continue. So yeah, key number 2 over here. Lots of P-switch locations over here. Let's bust this guy down first. And these guys as well. I dare you to... No, well, I can... You know what? They'll just both be hit anyway if you just hit the shell immediately. I'm just gonna stick around that column and die to all that. And then we just need to be extra careful around this bit. Okay, now here, yeah, we know what the sequence is like. We just didn't complete it earlier when we were going through that way. Whoops. Then, yeah, we drop it down here when we can. When we can. Come on. Trying to just drop down to it neatly, and it is surprisingly tricky. There we go. Then, let's just get out of the way while it cuts its way over to the POW, and then we'll let it bounce back and forth, hit the POW, and then we grab another shell to come through here below. So. Alright. And then, let's lower this. Oh, we could have hit this in either direction, that's fine. And then we lowered this one. Pretty intricately put together. You know what, let's just come out here from below, and that's easier. We'll follow it over when we can. And we still have the Master Sword this time, which is... not the Master Sword, we still have the Link costume this time, rather. Let's just leave it and kill it with the POW. The bomb's going to walk after that, and the bomb is going to ignite and blow up what is below. Let's stay on screen while that happens. Just to make sure everything is behave. And then we can go down there to the firebar location. Looks like there's a further POW that you'll be able to use over here eventually when you get through more of the gates. I think you probably need to get more of the keys to get through the gates, and then, you know, this gives you an exit that allows you to regress back over here. And in fact, that is checkpoint with 200 seconds to go. So, and then now with 2 POWs down, you lower the muncher floor up ahead to probably direct a shell back down to open up another door once it drops a cannon. Because the muncher offset now is going to send down that slope. That eliminates everything on that side, and then you go through this door. Yeah, you'd have to rebuild some of this as you go if you respawn from checkpoint, but that's expected. And then we know where the second key door is located, we'll just go back through the entire loop. And proceed from there. And that'll probably open up another passage for me, using the bombs once again. P-switches, let's bust open everything we can. Hit this with a sword, obviously. Okay, that's not much of interest. I feel like we could have actually... well, we would have fallen directly through here with a P-switch regardless, so maybe that's not useful. I kind of want to leave that in place. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, P-switch does reload in that location. Okay. And would that have gotten me anything? Over here. I guess if you open up all of these columns with a P-switch, oh, it does give you a blaster after that drop. That might be interesting if we get across cleanly enough. Yeah, basically we want to make sure blasters are on screen. And then we can perhaps outspeed it. No, there's no reason to do so. The blasters don't actually give you anything there. So I'm looking at this and thinking about like what a P-switch would get me. 78 seconds. Oh. Oh. That's okay. We can just relieve ourselves of some of the time pressure here and start in this location. and then just take these gates down one shell at a time. We will in fact want to get both keys, which is interesting because that implies to me... Okay, yeah, both keys like that. That's why these are stacked the way they are, because then that doesn't break anything when you go through here. And now the fact that I haven't opened up the first passage to return the pipe to the checkpoint should not be an issue, right? Let's just skip over to the second door. Put a P-switch over here. Grab the first mystery mushroom available here. And then grab some coins. Oh, okay. Sledge gets crushed. That's fun too. Now, why would you want... Ah, I see. Okay. Now, we don't want to do that, but... It seems like if we follow that a little bit further, the bullet can actually go quite a long ways. So... we'll try to get back into that. And yes, we can get keys 1 and 2 immediately. And try to progress from the P-switch as we did before. And open up everything we can. We haven't really played this cleanly enough to scout it properly, but we'll try to do that. And yeah, we don't really need the coins, I don't think. But the bullet drop here is definitely relevant to something, and we should try to outspeed the bullet, I think. Oh yeah, we were supposed to go through here quickly enough to really follow the bullet over. Because it's way off screen at this point. But I don't see what it gets us. Unless you really just have to speed through this with a P-switch. Yeah, no, you speed through this with a P-switch active, you come over here with a P-switch active, you jump on the bullet, and you go through the right side. That's what it is. It is easier at this point if we perhaps loop around. No, it's not. Easier if we go back, I think. And just take down some of this stuff along the way. I mean, we'll have the P-switch anyway, it's just a matter of going back to it and reloading the room from an earlier point. P-switch was here, though, and yes, it does give you the P. So you let the bullets spawn. Oh, missed it. But you can see what I'm going for. That we want to stay low, we want to keep the bullets up and running. You don't think jumping to one bullet there is necessary? Maybe not, but it looks like a possible route, given its positioning, so... And it looks like I do have the time to do it, we can just get there more accurately without running into this stuff. Okay, let's get back over here. Now let's head down. And continue where we left off. So yeah, it's nice checkpoint design here where it just gets you over to the next key door immediately, and then also seemingly allows you to bypass a good bit of the solved part of the puzzle. Or solved part of the layout, I should say. Now, over here. follow it over. It's gonna fire a bullet at me or not? Is it firing a thing at all? I guess not. Let's go back and open this up once again. It does seem like going through here with a P-switch is going to be the answer though, so whether you need the bullet or not. Seems like everything here will be relevant. Is it ever going to fire the bullets? Oh, whoops, totally missed this. Ah, I see, yeah, there's a pipe there, so I didn't realize there was a pipe below there. I thought it was just a gap there. So you actually just need to get back there with the P-switch. You don't need to wait for a bullet spawn or anything. The blaster column doesn't seem to matter now that I look at it. The thing I missed earlier was that past the drop through the coins once you're into P state to the right of all those columns, it just gets you to a pipe immediately. And of course we just previously either hadn't seen that or hadn't noticed it, so we just need to go back and do that properly now, and then, yeah, there's no need to delay just to wait for bullets or anything. There's absolutely nothing that suggests we have to do that, although maybe if we have a bullet available, that could expedite some passage that goes further. But we'll see. Grab the mystery mushroom off the left side once again. I do like that, you know, the player has a little bit of interaction to just mess around with while waiting for the P-switch to expire. Oh, that was not what I was hoping for, perhaps. Here we go. Oh yeah, and you can just come through here just fine. And you'll even have a mystery mushroom for good measure. Do we have a pipe entry? No, we don't, but we can probably hit the Koopa at some point if it's willing to come down. Actually, no, we just lower it down here. That is all it is. And then that hits that POW. That opens up this passage. And you can also open it up further. Yeah, because it looks like that's just a POW that is sort of the shell. That's okay, we can just do this once again. And that launches this forward and dispenses that. P-switch would open this up. Can you head bump the P-switch further? Do we want to? Maybe not. Enter? No. But that's okay, these tracks just cycle around and then that gets you over to the next area. Now why would we want to do that? Because isn't this just something we already had access to, or... No, maybe not. I was trying to look at this because, yeah, maybe it was a coin drop or something. Okay, we were here. Then what was the point of this full segment here? Curious. Oh, we probably just need to loop around further, now that I think about it. And of course we were doing this having reset our progress from before checkpoints, so that might manipulate something in a way that matters. But let's go back and see. And let's open this up once again. Oh, whoop. Wasn't expecting to die to that guy. But sooner or later, every Goomba has its day. Now let's card through. Oh, no, hang on. Didn't get myself into all kinds of trouble that way. continue here. Then down. That will dispense with this, and then the switch, and then we'll just go quick. Yeah, the note block is supposed to help you. That's something that we really should take advantage of. Because if you get into that segment with a P-switch active, the cannons do drop out of the way, and we shouldn't need to worry about them. So the note block is the way to get across, and that's something we should keep in mind. Anyway, doors open. He's open. Then, yeah, this time the Goomba actually walked left, which was very considerate. It's not just dropping onto my head. Okay. Yeah, so let's not die to hammers in that area. Cut through here, and then... yeah, Mystery Mushroom refresh. We'll just open everything up as we go. Likewise, we will get rid of all this. Whoops, and go back for the Mystery Mushroom, because we shouldn't take too many risks when we are this deep in. Even though we haven't burned a lot of time since the last checkpoint, we've actually been doing pretty well. So yeah, I suppose this is just a little platforming segment, or has turned into one. We get rid of the plant this way. And then the coin drop opens up some gates, like this one. And that was correct, that we would finally get 3 POWs to unstack everything for the final door and the final key. That should be key 3. We'll just continue this way. We'll go through the whole door sequence, because we do know that that will get you over to the 3rd key door, which will then maybe drop us down into that semi-solid column we saw earlier, and yes, it does. This is, of course, the part where we just use Link to pick up some bombs, and... oh, clown car, okay. Was not expecting that necessarily, but we'll take it. And that allows you to go up this column, but I don't know why we would want to do it, so we'll go up to the question block instead, which we had noticed much earlier. That's just Mystery Mushroom, okay. But there's quite a bit more past this point that... oh, okay, he's just going to stomp me at that moment. Oh, that's dangerous. And we can just fly across. Oh, we might as well just fly and see where we can go. And not step on this guy if we can avoid it. We're getting ourselves into quite a bit of trouble here. Now, at this point though, that's it for the clown car. So what are we not seeing with the clown car? Possibly we need to use the clown car to load an item. That's something we should consider, and I'm thinking about where that could be. There could also be some kind of vertical entry at some point. This guy. This guy. Oh, this is gonna get a little hairy here. But we got it. Yeah, donut blocks up here. This gets you back through here. So what does the clown car get me? I'm coming back on this side. Through some key doors, I suppose. But we know that that was just one of the other key doors. Key switch. Ah. It allows you to get a quick key switch and maybe return through a door. What do we think about that? Because we know at this point, yeah, that gets you key switch. But then if you have a key switch that eliminates those blocks down there, that would just drop you into the abyss past key door, right? Let's see. It seems like it's going to be key switch into something else. Let's hit the P switch and see how this goes. Like, so P switch does in fact drop the clown car area. But I'm thinking about where we want a P switch back in the main room. And yeah, no, wrong door. Wrong door. We need to take a P switch back into this room. That's what it is. We need a P state, rather, back in this room. Because then it allows me to do what? Well, let's get the keys first. I felt like there was something that we noticed earlier. But we should keep our eyes out for what a clown car taking us back to the P switch will actually accomplish. Because that seems to be something significant. We've managed to get through to key 3 and therefore clown car at this point, and that's a significant bit of progression. Yeah, this area here. Yes, so we actually just back out through all of the key doors, reverse through the key doors, and then come down here with the P switch active. That's what it is. It means that we need to reverse our way through this door sequence after the P switch has been hit. So if you have the clown card, you can come back here. And oh, you can't really reverse through this door, but you can go through the ones that are at the bottom there. Yeah, these ones that are directly above. And then we use that to maintain the P state going back into what we can progress in the main world. Oops, just a bit slow. Fine. That's okay, we made it. Extra typo. Hope the tournament circuit has been treating you well lately. And thank you for the follow. And yeah, I hope everything has been fine. Actually, I did see that your tournaments have been going pretty well. And so hopefully you had some fun reviewing some games and looking over complicated endings and other such delights. And okay, let's down through here. Push. Oh no, hang on. Let's drop this first. And yeah, I've been doing fine over here. We blew way too many endgames over the board this week. But you know, that happens. Because yeah, the last time I really got to play a proper club session earlier this week, you know, I just blew these massive leads from not giving myself the time to calculate extremely volatile endgames properly. I mean, there's going to be a little bit of probabilistic guesswork either way, right? In situations where you have like QJZS unseen on the last 2 turns or something, and but no, I'm thinking about that, and there were definitely like lessons to take there in terms of situations that are totally winnable if you just, you know, bother to think about them and map them up properly. Extra typo, I am seeing if I can make arrangements for Montreal in May. I cannot guarantee anything at this point. I really want to do it. But we've got a lot of things to sort out first. So... And I guess I should actually look at some words at some point, but I kind of appreciate that with the higher divisions, you're kind of pushing people in the colons anyway, because honestly, the lexical situation has become way too complicated at this point, and, the solution, I think, is to just play colons. But, yeah, that's not yours, but, it's in the area. And, yeah, I guess I should eventually... I mean, it's not a matter of just a quick drive down to the pub day anymore, unfortunately. For the ones that you are hosting. But... yeah, tournament travel has been pretty difficult for me lately, unfortunately, but I'd like to do quite a bit more of it when I can. Okay, no mystery mushroom here. Was there something lethal down here that we... yeah, we need to be careful of this bomb. Let's just not die to it. Open up the clown car, open up the P-switch, and then we should be able to progress. And what about the musics? You mean just in Montreal generally? And yeah, there are definitely people I kind of want to keep up with over there as well, for sure. Let's get over here. For those in the stream who don't know, Extra Typo, who just rated us, is the current reigning North American Scrabble champion. And so he is principally a Scrabble streamer, and if you have any interest in word games, you're going to learn lots and lots and lots from his regular broadcasts over there. So, highly, highly recommended if you have the slightest interest in strategy games. Okay, so we've opened up this passage finally. Okay, that's progress. This is new. I feel like we need to load this guy over to the platform on the right, and then he's going to break everything up here, up to the POW. But we need to be careful about timing, although, of course, we can just get another one if that misses. Oh, what am I doing musically? Not playing nearly enough, to be honest. But I'd like to get back into it. It's funny because I was kind of really beginning to play actively again last year, and then, move got in the way, and there were a whole bunch of other complications. Which is too bad because, I kind of started networking with musicians again in a pretty big way, only to have everybody move apart. Okay, so we have an additional key now. I actually didn't see where the next key door is, because we've only seen key doors up to the point where we have the clown card drop. I feel like maybe there was another bomb interaction later that we totally missed. Whoops. This is a bad time to lose a mushroom. Let's grab this one. This is the boss key. Most streamers find the boss door before the boss key, but I'm doing things in a different order. Yeah, it kind of figures that I would be doing things in a different order. I didn't realize I was doing things in a different order, to be honest. I guess that's just so much of a habit at this point that we live with it. Now, one thing that did occur to me earlier was this bit over here, this pipe, that it kind of looked like if you had a P-switch open at this point, that you could bust through this. Oh, no, we have clown car that can come up here, right? Yeah, we can take the clown car all the way over here, jump up into this location. Now we have 55 seconds, so we're not going to see this attempt. Once you open this, then the shell opens this area. Once you open this area to the top pipe, possibly that gets you something, and somewhere. We won't really have time to see it, but let's go back to the first bit over here. So for those just joining us, today we're playing huge puzzle mazes in Mario Maker 1. Mario Maker 1 is shutting down its servers in April, so we're kind of undergoing a bit of a cram here. But we've basically returned to a lot of old profiles of people who've known in the community over the years and gone back to see what they were creating back in 2015, 2016 or so. The piece which is not relevant here, we need to take the clown car across. Whoops, time's up. Thank you for the follow. And, okay, so we'll wrap back around here, do coins, or rather keys 1 and 2 again. We know how things are going to go at this point. But it seems like that's the prime candidate for something that we haven't explored yet. The pipe that was on top over there, because we do now know how to open it if we have access to A, a clown car, and B, the mystery mushroom. And yeah, we'll go through here first with the P-switch. Not die over here. And action type, well, yeah, I know we've got this. This is one that's fairly relaxed, actually, relative to some of the other ones we've seen so far. And you get some sleep and happy scrabbling, so. Okay, let's take this down. And bust all of this open. Let's open this gate over here. Let's not block that guy. Not too much anyway. That opens up. We go through the plant section next. Which is just an exercise in trying not to get hit too badly. Whoops. And not falling off, of course. Then we know that we have to loop back here for key number 3. We're a little under 400 seconds right now, so not doing too badly, I think. Yeah, I definitely see some passages that we haven't opened yet. We'll grab this, we'll do the clown car segment next. If the pipe that we were talking about earlier is what I think it is, then I can see how some people would see that first before they see the relevant key. Clown car, okay, let's do that. And we'll do P-switch into door. P-switch. P-switch, there we go. Into this door. And then, oh! Over here, let's not totally lose track, and then we'll open up everything we can, and we'll go back to the clown car too. See what we can do from there. But we might as well open this up while we have the chance, even though this, I think, only gets me as far as the key. Didn't even see who was holding the key, to be honest. Oh, whoops. Because this hits the POW, and then... Oh, actually, yeah, no, let's go back here. Totally misremembered something. Let's do this. And the key is just available here. Yeah, it wasn't anybody holding the key, this was just the key. So, let's go through here. And... yeah, now we go back. Or do we? No, let me think. I said that I wanted to proceed over here so we can get to the Koopa. with the clown car in tow. Okay, so we should go back to the clown car then, without dying. That means that we shouldn't have gone down here, but that's okay. We'll just get back out if we can. Oh, now we're in trouble. Not for long. Let's go back to the clown car door. Without eradicating all these coins, which would have made things a little bit trickier. Let's not hit a P-switch going into here, because that would drop us into the middle of nowhere. And now we just fly over with the clown car. As best as we can manage. Without getting hit too badly. Then we'll just head over here. Sail on over, and then... Oh, now that we are here, well, let's just push forward. And then we can jump in this location, which I totally forgot about the last time we were here, so... Which means that now we're able to send the shell over to the top. And we'll do that. We'll do exactly that. By starting on this side. Okay, that wasn't quite what I intended, but we'll take it. Let's actually have a bit of an easier time, assuming that I can hit this guy past that point. This is actually going to be a little bit tricky, I think. Oh, whoops. Very tricky, in fact. We might have to despawn him or something, or just, well, let's try to at least jump on him. This is maybe a bad position to freeze him. Okay, there we go. And then we want to push him now. And we'll grab another mystery mushroom past that point. And then that gets you through the top. That's an exit, not an item. And then that sends you back through here with all of the munchers reloaded. Which then allows you to hit the POW as well as, we want to do that though. If it hits the POW, we have a problem because... Actually, no, it should sail right over that and hit the hard blocks first. Yes. Now it hits the POW. But then, now we've opened up this passage. Why do we want this passage? Let's take a look here. Mystery mushroom... Because that's new, I think. No, this is just the exit from the key passage. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. That actually was something we wanted to see. That actually was a passage we wanted. We have 88 seconds to get back there, because I realized we did open up something interesting. And we have another raid. How about we totally die to this? Let's give a shout out to Run and Dash. I totally saw the path there, and then we just skipped over it because that semi-solid. And Run and Dash, let me know what you were doing. The games and demos category. I know you were kind of doing it. What was it? Sega Saturn Day earlier this week, and I don't know if you were just kind of going through miscellaneous content like that again, or if you had something else cooking, but whatever it was, hope it was fun. Alright, let's get down here. And go through everything to the clown car interaction again. And so we were kind of holding one extra key at that point as well, and we just skipped over the one spot that we needed, unfortunately, and it seemed like it was going to be a pretty big reset to get back to that point, so... Nurse Scuttler, welcome. And you're checking out the bevy of Steam game demos from Next Fest. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I've been playing a fair bit of Stormgate, actually. Because... well, I mean, StarCraft was kind of the main scene that I was pretty involved in prior to Mario Maker. And so Stormgate has been a pretty big deal on the horizon for people in that community for quite some time, and so finally got to try it this week. That's pretty much been my Next Fest experience so far. I haven't really had time to look at anything else, to be honest. But I hope you've had fun with that, and that something has stood out for you as well. Okay, we better get the Mystery Mushroom here before things get too dicey. Shell's gonna hit the POW over there, and then we'll just get another one down in a bit. Now we know how to do all this, it's just that we have a pretty lengthy sequence to weave through as we get everything back into position. So, send it down. This is going to cut everything open on this side. And we'll just barely make it over into this location. Get the piranhas out of the way, and then after the coin drop, we go through here. At this point, this will get us up to key number 3, and then therefore over to the clown car. Discovered a couple of bangers, and some maybe needing a little more work. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's how game development goes. It's surprising sometimes just how people, even people who play video games all the time, I think some of them don't really have a realistic picture of what gets worked on first and last during development, and that, you know, sometimes when you see something in progress, you kind of have to have realistic expectations about what is actually in need of testing and what is going to be close to its finished state. Now let's back here. Okay, we need a P-switch here after the clown car, so let's go through the key door so we can remember the sequence. It's going to be through here. We don't hit the P-switch before dropping down to the clown car because that's a massive and unfortunate trap. Yeah, too bad about these blocks here. That straight up kills you if you're not very attentive to which door you're entering. And then we'll go back through the pipe second. We've got 270 on the clock. You took note of how far away the release date was when you were done yet. Definitely. I mean, you know, it takes a lot of courage in some ways for developers to show something in a very partial state, knowing that that's going to have a very direct effect on whether people put it on the wish list or anything. But it's always nice to have a lot of, you know, core playable concepts that are available to you, even if it's for something that is very far from release. I mean, in general, I think everybody knows that Steam is so saturated these days, it does have a pretty massive discoverability problem, and that this is really one of the few ways to mitigate it, just to have an opportunity for independent developers to get some more exposure nice and early. Okay, finally sniped this guy. For once. I have to watch out for the spiny over here, but we just fly over it, I think, as we did previously, before it had a chance to shoot anything. We come through here, and then we do the whole sequence where we open up the shell. It's been a while since you've gotten in on so many demos at once like that, yeah. It takes you back to demo disc days, yeah, back in the days of shareware floppies and like. I used to go through shareware floppies and CDs that are kind of at the back of library books, because I'd just go to the public library and grab a whole bunch of game demos. I'd be tucked into the back of various books. That was how Discovery worked back in the olden days. Very olden days at this point. I kind of don't even want to say which year. Anyway. Okay, so this is how far we got earlier, and we accidentally went up here instead of checking the pipes, like we should have done. And this is something new, because it will, once you hit the POW, drop the bomb. I think you kick the shell and it launches the shell and it hits the POW. I think that's what it is. Bounces back. Oh. And then you open this up. Bomb goes down, bomb ignites, and then you have an opportunity to go back down to the key door. That's the key door. That's sort of at the end of the central passage. So we'll go back there and we'll try to see that. With 100 seconds remaining. Yeah, support your local library. That's right. Okay, let's see if we can survive this, though. Losing that mystery mushroom there was a bad sign, but then we are going to see the key door, and maybe we'll get a power-up refresh at the end of that. And we're even going to have a checkpoint flag. Prior to... hold X or Y, okay. We go with Y. Oh, it's just teaching you to charge shot in case you don't know it at this point. About 60 seconds to heal this. Possibly there's going to be some kind of secret as well if you... Oh, we can block this off. You managed to keep the Master Sword, which we're totally going to miss. Just as I was about to say it. Yeah, let's cut through this way. And then, whoa! Fire car is still available down there, good. We don't want to tuck the shell into the fire car just yet. That would... Oh, maybe we do, actually. Because then we can break the left side. No, we don't need to do that. We can just use this. What am I talking about? Breaks everything open over here. Oh, that's just Mystery Mushroom, okay. And then 14 seconds to fly over. We've got not much time left, but we are at checkpoint, so it's going to be easy to do this because we're definitely not killing him in that time. Our clown car is still pretty new. Yeah, it was patched in around the same time as the key door size, as I recall. And not everybody knew about charge shots. Yeah, exactly. I don't think there was a tutorial message as such, but we definitely recently played Kavik's M-type, which was his take on the first few levels of R-type, and which was the first thing he made after fire cars were patched in, and we were kind of in a similar situation there, where definitely something that were kind of designed as if to encourage players to learn the charge shot, so... Okay, let's go through here. And of course there was that fire card level by Aaron as well that we did pretty recently. Yeah, we should probably not jump out of this, as tempting as it is to just bot Bowser directly, or Junior rather. We wouldn't really have much of a safe landing point from that point on, so let's just shoot him down. Not get shelled. And just dodge all the projectiles as they come in. There we go. And look at that, it's a heart. A piece of heart. Actually, it's a full heart container. But I suppose we'll take it, and then Little firework over there gives you the flag and completion. So, yeah, it is a heart container for beating Assaulted Boss. Of course it is. Tetrapteryx, it's early enough in the stream. We are going to start Ichigo Mole. I don't necessarily expect to finish it, but we can at least try to map out some of it initially so we can get a first look out of the way. If we don't finish it today, that's fine. And if we do, even better. But I know that you told me to expect several hours, so... You're saying there's no possible way I could finish it tonight. Maybe it would be unwise for me to take that as a challenge either. But yeah, no, I remember how long I took with the sequel to this level, and that sometimes with levels like this, well, from what we're expecting, sometimes just, you know, kind of stepping off of it in the middle to give it a bit of independent thought is a good idea, which is why I think actually breaking this into 2 segments might be beneficial, because, you know, sometimes you just step away from something for 5 minutes and the solution hits you, and I think that's what happened with the sequel as well, with the return of Ichigo Mole, is that I just kind of needed to see as much as I could and then step away for a little bit and come back. We'll definitely start it though. Better to do that now instead of just, you know, have it dominate an entire next stream. But yeah, no, I'd like to at least give it an initial pass, because it's too early right now to cut off and do other things, and I'd like to go in sequence. So, Ichigo Mole and his socks. So yeah, for those who don't know what we're talking about, I previously played The Return of Ichigo Mole, which Tetrapteryx believes, accurately from what I've seen, to be the most complicated puzzle in this set. It took us, I think, about 5 hours spread over 2 streams, including the secret exit and including, you know, a little bit of thinking about it in between, off stream. And so we're going to see its predecessor from 2016, which is Ichigo Mole and his socks, which seems to indicate moles and boots. But we'll see. I don't remember the other level well enough to really draw connections between them either, but... And yeah, Ramen Dash, you said earlier you somehow missed this with Maker 1. Yep, that's mostly been what we've been doing in the past few weeks, since the shutdown is coming so soon. Now, we know from the Find the Exit series that we've seen previously that there are definitely fake-outs, and there are definitely moments where you realize, okay, you kind of need to do one additional thing that actually adds a significant complication in order to get through the level. This here also looks deeply suspicious. All of these hard blocks that are just perfectly arrayed to be broken. So, I'm sure we'll eventually get back into this and see what that's all about. Oh, we're expecting moles and boots. We're expecting that some kind of P-switch here is going to block the boot, but not yet. And coin here gets you the mole, and we'll get the mole to step on the P, and that just gives you a bit of a tutorial for guiding the mole. And yes, this mechanic we do recognize. Like I said, I probably don't remember the original, or rather the sequel level well enough to draw connections between them when it comes to the puzzle solutions, but whoop, we'll take this. And yeah, you can lead the mole the whole way through. If this is anything like the Return of Ichigo Mole, then the idea behind the level is that you'd actually just have one mole throughout the level that you spawn at the beginning. You kind of guide the single mole through the layout, and you get it to activate switches for you. So, we'll try it. This level's puzzles start out fairly simple, and they get gradually harder and harder. Yeah, I would expect so. I mean, that's something that you mentioned as something that you deliberately tried to work on after your experience with a POW level that we played earlier in the stream, so definitely looking forward to seeing how that plays out here. So let's jump out, pop this guy, and then continue. Now, it looks like we need the mole to activate the P at this point. Let's not lose boots. This is a dangerous position. Actually, yeah, so it's a separate mole over here, a separate spawn point, rather. And then... Because I seem to remember that the Return of Ichigo Mole has one mole placement that's kind of continuous through the whole layout. But I don't know if I'm misremembering that at all. But yeah, okay, so you get that. I obviously do want to check that, but it doesn't look possible. It looks specifically prevented. So we'll spawn moles over here. This level doesn't just have just one mole. Yeah, I can tell already from the spawn points. It was a new idea you introduced for the sequel, and a significant reason for its complexity, as I recall. I remember that at the time you told me something about the origin story for the name for Ichigo Mole, but I honestly cannot remember it, so... Okay, we've got a P-switch that we activated earlier that... Yeah, you can see it affects the pipe on the right side. Oh, and then you've got this all of a sudden. Right, because you've got a mole dunking this. Which means that we can now come up here. And then after P-switch expiry, this will open up and presumably get me something. Is it a POW? Is it a boot? What is it? It's an exit pipe, of course. And then, looks like this is a boot stomp location if you want to open up this gate over here. So we're expecting some big boots pretty soon. Alright, big boot over there, and then, yeah, that's going to lower that. Anything up here that we can see? Not yet, but we'll open up as much as we can. And cut that open, which then opens up this passage here. I think that's actually the intended path, but we'll check around here for a moment. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we actually do want the Goombas to jump up so we can go through the gate. P-switch is sustained over here, which is interesting. Then this should clear some space. We don't have Stiletto yet. Stiletto is eventually going to be what gets us through this gate here. Every time we see coins, there's going to be a mole spawn location. We know that at this point. Then, if we can get this to raise the P-switch all the way, whoops, no. Actually, it won't, because... But we can raise the P-switch from here. Nice placement, actually. It puts the P-switch exactly where you need it. And then... we'll have this over here. We can jump up through here, but why would we want to do that? Possibly because this is actually an explorable exit pipe. It is not. Let's go back to the boot. However, this might be able to knock out the muncher and then open up something down here, which then allows you to go up, but then why would we want to do that? Maybe that we can't actually proceed past that point. Because we can knock this out, and then we're gated off here until we get to Stiletto. Alright, then we can spawn this guy. He'll jump up with us in just a moment. I don't think we necessarily wanted him in this position. Yes, we do, because we can jump up here. And Ramen Dash, you're saying just hoping the preservation efforts work okay for the future? Yeah, we're somewhat in contact with some of the projects that have been going on. There was a big data dump of the level data from the server several years ago, and there's been a separate project to get replacement Wii U servers working for people who have Homebrew up and running. And so between the two of these, I think currently the effort is to try to, make these two separate projects meet in the middle, and that we are definitely aware of some people working on it, so it's just a matter of whether it will be meaningfully usable. In the long run, we do need to just step normally on that shell to kick it to the left. Let's spawn another one if we can. If we can. There it is. Bust that down, which then allows me to go through here. 128 on the clock currently. And we got through some of this, let's see. Well, we have the stiletto, but we need to figure out what the next location is going to be. And not gonna do that. Let's just see here, because if you kick the shell, just thinking about where to potentially send it across. Yeah, we know about this area here. But previously we needed a big boot stomp. Get through that. Now if you come through here, then you're able to get over to this door. That looks like progress. And then, look at that, there's something up here as well, but then if you get above the semi-solid, I wonder. Checkpoint. Okay, that's good. I didn't even check the pipe over here, but I figured taking the checkpoint here is a good idea. And yeah, you're saying it's pretty amazing what fans have done, for sure. Yeah, there are definitely sometimes some legal and licensing issues, I think, when it comes to servers remaining up in a long time, and also security issues as well, where, past a certain point, you're sitting on less and less staff who know how to maintain legacy systems. And I know for sure that Nintendo Network ID, for instance, was definitely subject to some kind of major compromise a few years back. So there was quite a strong incentive for Nintendo to phase out the Wii U and 3DS online systems already, just, from the perspective of things like the shops. And, okay, let's lead them all over this way. We're going to run out of time, but at least we've mapped out what to do from checkpoints. The baby metal sprite can't come cheap. No, it really can't. I mean, the thing is, even within Nintendo, I don't really claim to know much about Pokemon at all, but as I understand it, there were so many restrictions on Pokemon licensing due to the way the brand is actually managed by the Pokemon Company, that's why amiibo features were so limited in some cases, with costume features with the Pokemon line in most games, where Pokemon is kind of noticeably less supported than other series when it comes to amiibo tie-ins across multiple titles. Now this looks interesting, but it's not what we need, unless there's something that spawns after removing that. Look at how many moles we're sitting on here too. This will eventually be a big stiletto that cuts through these blasters. We'll have to keep that in mind. Oh, that's interesting, that you can take the mole up this way. And I wonder if you can ride him out further to the right instead of to the left, and then... You can, but it doesn't seem to get you very much. I just feel like we might have stuck him there for a moment. That's okay, we might have to reset out of this. But... anything here? Yeah, let's cut this open. Well, let's cut this open in a moment. Or rather, let's keep the boot alive while we're at it. Well, that was a pretty significant amount of progress, though, as far as I can tell. You've been talking about Pokemon when it comes to Pal World and much can be done about game polish. Yeah, I sort of understand that. Like I said, I'm not really a big Pokemon player or anything at all, but that's... It was noticeable to people that Game Freak had a couple of growing pains going from being an exclusively portable developer to the expectations that people have of a console game on a Switch. That's something that we have heard people chatter about quite a bit. So, what were we doing here? Oh yes, back to the key door with this wraparound here. Gotta pay attention to the maze. Alright, let's go over here again. So, we didn't check this pipe previously, but that's nothing. And we know that this is a continuation. Might even just be an exit pipe, to be honest. Like a one-way exit pipe. Because Maker 1 will do that to you. So yeah, we trapped them all previously, so we'll just try to not trap them all this time. Send them across. And also not time out while we're at it. We'll try to maintain position over here. Yeah, you don't feel that Game Freak is being lazy at any rate, but yeah, because they do have a pretty significant multimedia business plan, I would imagine, where a lot of cross-media releases do need to coincide in order for things to go as expected. Okay, we trapped it over here again. Wait, no, we just entered a pipe. We didn't even consider doing that. That's much more sensible. And then we can just, whoops, take this and continue this way. Yeah, you need a very good memory for a huge layout to play something like this. Let's scout ahead a little bit. This is going to be another big boot stomp over there, if we eventually switch back to the big boots. And it looks like it's going to be using the boot stomp to get rid of this one from the bridge as well, which would then give you a spring, which would then give you access to taking a boot through here. If you come here without a boot, then this gives you a mole, okay. A lot of this is new. And P-switch is going to drop blaster columns, whatever that's worth. This is going to be a stomp location over here as well. Ah, that's going to give you Big Boot. Big Boot's going to... Big Stiletto Rat is going to step in a P. And then is something going to... Ah, yes. Oh, this is very satisfying. That this whole sequence here just kind of delivers the boot up to you this way. That's a nice way to gate that off. Yeah, very nice, in fact. Okay, now let's head down. Then, once we have more boots, take this out. Now, we don't have room currently to blow up this column just yet, but we do this, then these switches are still a problem over here, okay. And then we hit the P-switch this way. Very nice. And then we're going to look for more things that we can break open at this stage. This looks dangerous, like something... Oh, no. Bad idea. That's okay, we can get another. Yeah, this looks like something that we'll want to jump through separately at some point. Having the spring, though... I wonder, because we can scout up here, and if we do take damage, we can just drop down to the left side again after that, or the right side. Okay, there's quite a lot going on there, though. Which tells me that we might actually even want spring plus boot to kind of damage boost through the whole thing, although that does seem unusual as a solution. Particularly because we don't have a lot of headroom to... Oh, whoops. That was silly. It's okay, we're at checkpoint. We'll get back there. Yeah, And gradually we have to really break open this layout. Well, let's keep going. We're still progressing, so... Let's carry this forward. And... same as before, we're going to tuck it into the right side when we can, which... will then allow me to enter the pipe that eventually gets me to the big red. So... yeah, you need very good spatial memory to really navigate a lot of this, but we'll get there. And we do know that this is going to be the way. And yes, here, spawn. That gives you the P activation that trades up to the red boots. Anyway, it's gonna go. You know what, let's let it come all the way up first. There we go, and then we will stop from there and just keep as many boosts as we can without losing to everything. And then try to slip on down here. Whoops. Oh, that was dangerous. That was nearly, very nearly death. Let's let the boots come up. There we go. We need to do more stomping, basically. These boots were made for stomping. Okay. We'll eventually get down over here, and then we'll do the P-switch interaction by raising the P-switch in this location, coming down here, and proceeding. Now this was as far as we got earlier, in terms of wanting to see what to do at this point. We can break this. That seems significant. This allows you to carry this over a bit further, which then allows you to come up through this side and cut off even more. Now, the Koopa shell can definitely bust down some of this as well. I don't see why I can't just do that. When you send a Koopa shell down, where is it going to go? It's going to push all the way over here and then stop. So that will not be something significant yet. And yeah, I guess you could try to get that off, or maybe... well, let's take a look here. You know, the funny thing is, because of the Maker 1 one-way panel, you can do that, but then you would lose access to the boot from that point. But if you drop the boot down here, you can do this. Oh, and then lose that again anyway. Okay, never mind. But that's still good, because you can send the shell over to the left, this way. Oh, no, we missed. That's okay. I said you can send the shell over to the left. But no. Hang on. I bet we could do it. Not like that. Again, this is very much a Maker 1 thing. I don't know if he'll actually make that gap, but... give it a push. Oh. And that totally misses. However, if we have the spring over here, then it will hit the blocks from below. Maybe that's better. Let's not die to that. Yeah, okay, we'll hit it from below, over here. Would obviously be the way to do it. Oh, nope, let's not lose the boot. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we send this guy left. Whoa, oh, okay, that's fine. What did that open up? It might be some kind of spawn block, might be some other positioning that we need. It might give you proximity perhaps for opening up a boot. It might even give you a mole spawn, which I think is actually a distinct possibility there. Let's see what this is. It allows you to scout this area on the left to see how high you need to go. And that's interesting because it implies to me that we can actually take enough of a damage boost to go over to that location. On the other hand, if we get a spring up here... No, you open this up so you can take the spring up here, obviously. Yeah, let's do that. We need to kind of respawn it, I think. There we go. Plenty of distance. And we'll head on up this way. And that's fine, it just lets you come up here gently with the boot, and then that means that from this point, we can pick that up. If we can pick that up, we can just jump on top of this and stomp through here, and then progress through this pipe. Checkpoint 2. Okay. That was not too bad, actually, and this is just a boot check. This is going to be a buzzy drop over here, and let's see what the continuation is at this point. Yes, this is the entrance. Find the exit. Well, we found the entrance. Big mole over there. I feel like that's going to be relevant to something. But we'll get this boot over here first. Oh, we should have cut that open down here. Although I don't think we necessarily have enough room to do any kind of stomp, so... Yeah, because even just a slight jump here does get you on top. Yeah, that's not gonna work, because there's a minimum height ground pound there. Which means that we would need to lead something over this way. What if we jump on this guy? And then we get the ball, and then we open this gate. Okay, then we can stomp on this. Open this gate. That's not a gate, that's just a mole spawn. Now we lead this mole over to the right. And look at this cheap segment over here that looks appropriately cheap. There we go. And then we escort them all this way. Now, why would we want him up here? Because that gives you a key, that's what I thought. Then that gives you a key for this door. We are at checkpoint 2 at this point, but that opens this up, and then time's up. That's okay. We saw a good bit of what is past checkpoint 2, so... And we've been seeing new material at a pretty decent clip throughout. Now, of course, you can take this first boot back through the entrance, so we should actually try that at least once, since we're right here anyway. Because let's say we have the mole over here, and then we can kind of jump up and see if there's some kind of fake out at the start that we want to be aware of. Nothing to land on though, so not much to see. And yeah, that's just a ceiling over there. That's okay. Thought it was worth checking, you never know. Okay, and yeah, we know the sequence of mole spawns past this point. We'll destroy this as well. And we'll have to come back and do this segment in just a little bit, but in the meantime, we will go over here hit the bomb. Spawn them all. Spawn them all. Get out. Spawn them all. Oh yeah, we needed to kind of get one in this box. Of course. Hit these from the side. Then I guess you into this position. Look at how many boots there are. And we'll send them up to the key. Okay, and then we weave through this part of the structure. The P-switch is going to allow us to get rid of all this. Then, yeah, if you cut through here, we had previously seen what happens if you cut across those bunches. Oh, that's okay, we can do that. Did I want to kill that blaster? I don't even know if I necessarily wanted that. But yeah, then with the big boot you can walk across, but then it's quite a lot you can do here too. I guess we would need to crush everything up above before we continue. And then if you kind of line up here, whoops, no. I think we can't quite get through yet. Didn't think so. It would be nice if I got a boot. There we go. Perhaps if we led someone over with the boots. Or over this way. And maybe lead this mold down. No. Well, this round plant over here is a bit of an obstruction. We could try to maybe jump a second boot over here, take some damage frames, and then give ourselves the ability to go through it, but let's take a look. I feel like we can't discount that possibility. That if they kind of jump up here at all, that's something we should look at, but it looks like they won't, just given their positioning there. They'll always cover the right amount of tiles to not jump across where we need them. Now, then in that case, I think maybe we should find a way to lead that mole over. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that's for the P-switch. Well, this bit here is a bit of a sticking point then, unless we find a good way to... Oh, you know what? We can take out this mushroom to the side. And, okay, it was burying the spring. I didn't realize that, in fact. And then we could just toss this, perhaps, to get a piranha out of the way. Or rather, we can raise it by a stomp or something. Oh, we have to be really careful on this one. Or we can drop the boots on top of it. And dropping the boot on top of it, we can do that, or springing it up even. Let's not hit our heads on that just yet. Yeah, we want to send a boot up separately. Oh, nope. Don't want to lose it. That's okay, we'll escort another one over. Now, actually, this does reopen the possibility of escorting two boots. Because you can actually take the next one over. Oh, and get stomped. Yeah. But the idea is that I'd be able to send a second boot across, and if you take damage on the first one, then you can just take the second one up. And gradually work your way up. So I think we can make some progress there. We just need to get back to this safely. And yeah, here we don't even need that boot yet, we just need the mole initially. Open this up, and this. this mole. Then we squeeze in close enough to have the mole take the muncher out over here. That gives you the key. Cut this, and do the whole P-switch loop over on this side. Requires me to break this. Gives you the P-switch over here. And this bit we know about. This is where we went earlier. You know, I kind of like the blaster in this location for the time being, until we see what else is going on with it. Yeah, so we'll try to do a double hit over here. Oh, not quite. You know, we previously got this just fine. Wonder why we can't now. There we go. I was thinking that we need to sort of drop the boots on top. Tells me that I should actually kind of trade 2 boots over. Perhaps. We can spawn another Goomba and we just kind of move 2 boots over at a time. We can. Now we'll just... Oh, we're going to lose access to one though. That's dangerous. Yeah, we'll just send one across as we go, and you know, we do this, go back to get the other one, do this. And we just swap between them often enough to keep them alive. The idea here is that if you lose one, you can just grab the other immediately. And then we need to figure out how this is going to go. Because I don't want to be directly under the piranha like that. I want to be kind of to the left or right here, and then we can drop a boot on top if we are able without getting onto the piranha for any complications at that point on. And trying to do this without dying to it, basically. Let me think about how to set this up. No, we don't want to jump up like that, obviously. But if we had actually dropped that by jumping towards the right, then I think we could have sent that up. And the idea is that we can lose one boot, but then enter the other one and then kill the piranha from there. I feel like there's a cleaner way to do it, but... there are many possibilities, so... go down here. Load this guy over. And come down here. And then that opens this up. We send him over here for the key. And then we go for the P-switch. P-switch is just going to bounce in position, that's easy enough. Yeah, a lot of these interactions are actually fairly straightforward. Yeah, we have a spring available over here. Let's just grab more boots if we can. Try to keep 2 alive at a time. Then, yeah, we'll once again try to stay active with both of these. And, nope, I was trying to sneak out to the right side again. That just doesn't work because of the bounce there. No, there's got to be a better way to do it. We are not picking a very good position to try that. But the idea is that I want to send an extra boot up there while we still have the capacity to take damage. So you might have to take invincibility frames on one and then drop immediately down to the other, but I don't know if the timing will work. Or you could actually keep second boot. Need to mess with that a little bit to see what's possible. And it just takes a little bit of work to get back there. Remove this, get the key. And then do the whole V-switch loop over here. Very forward-moving part of the level, so to speak. And yeah, let's see. Oh, you know what? We should get rid of all this first. I actually think, oh whoops, that we should send the spring up like this. Maybe not. Well, we can just place it though, there's no reason to do that. But if we place like one boot on the right side, and then use a second boot to basically stomp on the spring and, you know, gradually move it up, then that's one way to do it. So the idea is I place this down here. We place a boot on top, and we use a second boot to move this up. Then it would only go up one level, so maybe that's not going to be sufficient. The idea is that you kind of use this to actually no, it might work. But I feel like it's going to be something like that. But we want multiple boots. But we also want to use a stomp to essentially deflect the boot. Or even deflect that piranha. No, hang on. Yeah, because let's say we do this. Actually, hang on. We don't want to hit the piranha, obviously, but let's say we have this. Then we just try to send things up. Not quite, but the idea is that you would send it over here. Send this down here. Doesn't get you nearly high enough. But perhaps if we place it right here, then we can actually take it up a step at a time and then bounce it with the next move. Yeah. Except, yeah, now we have a bit of a problem. Then we just loop around this way. Oh, come on. It's too long. Be very careful with that plant. Come on. We want to place this guy here. Oh. Nope, lost it. Yeah, the idea is that we want to send this up as far as we can. But we'll just get another boot to do it. Seems like a little bit tricky to set up, but that it should work. And the idea is that we take a damage boost on the way up, and then we grab another boot while it's still available. Nope. Totally just got stomped there. That's okay, we burned so much time on that attempt. I don't really mind to reset too much. I feel like I'm trying to set up something extremely specific, though. That's almost a little too finicky to the realistic solution. But typically, once we do find the intended solutions, they feel markedly smoother than anything I'm going to be trying. But it's whatever I try there, we'll just have to work around. So let's go down here, stomp, remove this, move this guy over, and back, and back. Okay, after having obtained that, we go down here, and then we open this up. This gives you a key switch. Hard to believe we're past checkpoint 2 at this point, but you know, this as expected, being a significantly more complicated segment. Let's get rid of the munches first. I have a rough idea of how we want to set this up. We do need the boots in position first. I don't know if we want to get rid of the blaster here. I kind of feel like we don't. Okay, now let's back here. Got a lot of accidental boot entries that we need to accommodate. Then yeah, we'll just try to loop back here. Nope, sometimes it's going to be a little bit tricky to maintain everything in position. Actually, no, this is fine. No, that's not fine. Hang on. No, we actually wanted it in this position. And we raised the boot up a few steps first. Okay. That's okay, we've got 360 seconds. We can take a little longer to map this out. Okay, at this point, drop, refresh, then drop, refresh. Oh, bad position here. Okay, then, come on, just jumping in all the wrong locations sometimes. Need to be really careful around that plant. Then we raise this. Set. Nope. I mean, at that point, we actually could have just done the damage boost anyway. We could have just jumped up toward the plants in that position, and that would have been fine. We're kind of overcomplicating it with that spring. We don't really need it, I don't think. But I like the double boot method. I think it's promising. We just need to get through that plant with the boot intact. That's the main thing we're trying to do right now, and we've been focused on that task for the past couple of attempts. Because the way I'm doing it, the execution seems a bit finicky, and so there probably is a better way, and we may or may not see it. Let's open this up, and then weave him back this way. We pull him back, pull him over here, then cut through this way. Okay, let's open this up. And we'll get rid of the munchers. Yeah, again, once we get through the Piranha Gate, then we can open things up like crazy. On either side, once we just get a stiletto on top of those hard blocks intact. Okay. Swap. Swap over. Then we swap down here. And then at this point, I think we can... Oh. Nope, missed it. Yeah, we're kind of doing it the complicated way, I think, but I really want to see if this works. Just that we need to be pretty crisp about changing boots. We could juggle 3 boots if you really wanted, but I think that would be advisable. Okay, we need to not hit this on the side. We just jump through here, take damage, and then now we're on top. Good, that's what we wanted. That's what we were trying to go for the whole time. Now we try not to die to this as we also try to stomp on the plant and then cut all the blocks up here as well. Yeah, that's what we were just trying to do the whole time that we were setting up something hideously complicated, and we just kicked that guy in the face. And then none of this is going to break just yet, but... hang on just a minute. Let's not fall, let's not fall, let's be careful. We can toss this first. No, actually, we do want the spring to be on the bottom so we can continue with the boot. If you weren't watching closely, you'd think I did that part differently from how it's intended. Yeah, I mean, there might have been a cleaner way to get through here, but damage boost solutions always make me think that something is suspicious. And here, if you just have a standard small boot, you can get over to the muncher, but then that's how you got over to the door previously. That's okay. Looks like at this point we can break this open, though. That's also okay, probably, although we would need to go through this door and reset through it. That's okay. But there's a check here. Okay, that's not good. But then you can just bust through this. When you bust through this, then you can start opening a passage for this Koopa over here. Then that will probably be good, so... I don't think I've even been through this gate yet, so we'll check the door. The door looks like it's mostly just going to be a reset for the Koopa though, but we shouldn't assume anything. And... well, let's check it, let's check it. Let's see what this is. Okay, so this takes you through this side. Yeah, no, we saw that door previously. Multiple times. And we also should have broken this previously, but that's okay. Oh, this just brings you back up. Yeah, that's right. So supposing you get a boot and you take this out, back up through here, and you can just break through all of this stuff, and then we broke all this previously. This was from much earlier in the level. Breaking this, though, seems new. And then sending this shell over to the right side might be something new. Yeah, because it looks like you can send the shell over to the right side over here and break that. We should have actually kept a block over there as an obstruction. Maybe kick this right first. Hang on. This is so dangerous the way I'm doing it. Then, oh, no. Hang on. We actually need to drop it on top here, but then, that seems extraordinarily finicky. I don't think that's going to be it. I think it's going to be something like, you know, you have the shell come down here, it's dead, you walk it over. Yeah, this straight up kills it, though. So, well, let's go through here. We haven't looked at this part yet. And we haven't busted through this column yet, either. It looks like there's a... this for moles to spawn as well. Yeah, because you can just lead this over. That gives you another key. Interesting. Star, that's new. What would we possibly... oh, the star, yeah, of course. Okay. Let's take the muncher down first. Then, that takes everything down. This looks like it gives you passage over here. We don't want to kill the blasters, obviously. If we Oh, no, we do, because this was actually just a checkpoint spot much earlier. Whoops. Although, maybe that's not a whoops, maybe we actually do get to continue. Because we now have access to the key door over here. 73 seconds. I don't know if I'll necessarily even remember what we've done here. But we lose that. We bleed them all down. We have to be quick about this. Alright. Hang on. There's quite a lot going on here, all of a sudden. And this is all new to me, so... Alright, that's fine. Then... how do we get through here? Yeah, this takes you back to the beginning. We're going to time out anyway, but basically we found a wraparound, and it seems like the Muncher Gate over there is what we need to concern ourselves with. The Muncher Gate that's like in this location that we just missed. Alright, that was a pretty complex sequence coming from checkpoint 2, so we need to speed through it and try to buy ourselves some time. Then. I found a fake exit. Yeah, I know that was a fake exit. And it seems like the Muncher column coming out of the fake exit is going to be something very significant. I mean, we were so short on time near the end, I didn't have time to really read the room past the key door. So, hopefully we're able to get back there quickly. Because that was quite a lot of navigation that we needed to do. And of course it didn't help that perhaps I took so long doing the boot method to get through the Piranha Plant the way I did, but I think we might have a fast way to do it now, so... And if it's not the intended way, all the better. Well, made reasonable time with that. I mean, we know, of course, from that Yoshi level yesterday that finding the fake exits can sometimes be very, very far off, actually, seeing the finish. So... But that's a reasonable amount of progress, such that, you know, even if we do have to adjourn before we finish, I feel like we've scouted out a lot of valuable information along the way. And so yeah, this is where we'll build the munches first. And we'll do the double boot method once again. Then the idea here is that, yeah, we don't even need to spring right away necessarily. We actually just send us through. Hang on. Okay. Oh, whoops, that's dangerous. Oh, nope, missed it. That's okay, we'll do it again. We don't want to burn too much time at this part, but... try to keep the boots alive. We'll send them up and we'll just try to get through the Muncher. Not the Muncher, the Piranha quickly. Without running into it. Okay. Then, kick. And then, over here. And here. Now, it looks like... Yeah, so we know what this central passage is. That just gets you out to the same door as before. If we can get the spring and the boot over here, however, that would be beneficial, because if we manage to get a spring over here and a big boot, then we're able to take the big boots up to this location. we get up to this location, then we're able to stomp on these hard blocks over here. I don't know what that gets me, because we've already sort of been able to take the boot through the door in either direction, so maybe that's not helpful. So we know about this door, this is from previous experience. Let's just continue. And we also know about the star that takes you through the saw blade segment that is the exit, or at least the way to the fake exit. We just need to figure out what kind of information we might be missing past that point. Yeah, we know that this is something we can stomp. And we might also be able to just break open... Oh, not this way. Yeah, it's not going to bounce back against anything. I was really hoping to get rid of this, to go up that pipe on the right side, because that seems significant. It seems like we would need a very specific sort of positioning, though. Here's the thing. Let's say you have a shell over here. We obviously don't want to do that, but... let's say you have a shell that's just in that position. That just breaks it, as expected. Does this open anything? Well, it opens a passage back up front. Oh, it gives you a boot. Okay, it gives you a big boot. That seems significant. Because now that allows me to break this. Okay. Alright, that's new. I didn't know that gave you a big boot over there. That is actually really beneficial. Really beneficial. But then... I see everything kind of respawns over here. Line blocks, I suppose. Okay, let's wrap back around then. And then you have a mole available over here, which we actually didn't use previously when we respawned at this location, because we stomped it probably. Mole comes up over here. And then... yeah, 169 remaining. We're going to have some minor issues here, perhaps. But if I can get a shell deflection come down here, like if we can stop the shell and then kick it to the right at this point, and bounce it around the blaster. Then bounce it... oh, nope, not that way. I was hoping to send it down here, but I guess that's not quite enough room to work with. Whoa, that's unfortunate. However, maybe the small boot actually is useful for some reason. Okay, that's unfortunate. That's... yeah, because we know that we needed to kind of cut through some of this stuff with the big boot. Continue. So unfortunately, I think this is a bit of a blown attempt, but we can explore a bit further and see if anything presents itself. Oh, oops. This whole segment was where... yeah, we were walking there much earlier. Let's get back into a boot if we can. So what I'm not clear on is what we can do to position this shell to break this. That seems to be key. But we haven't found a way to do it yet. And set it up properly. And we've got 66 seconds, so it's not going to happen on this attempt, but as we kick the shell back here, and then you maybe blow this up, kick it to the right, then it kind of deflects down. Actually, no, the problem is that the shell just kind of goes straight over, like these two tiles here. So you would need to drop it like pretty much directly on top of this column. Like directly on top of this column. Like this. And then after that, you would need to blow this up with the big boot. and then deflect it down when it hits the wall. Maybe. I don't think it deflects down when it hits the wall. I think it just keeps going on that row. Okay. Alright, we don't need this yet. We need to open up the mole first. Let's try to get back in position quickly so we don't have to spend that much time on it. Let's figure out what adjustment we need in order to continue past that point. We'll open up this mole. Open up the right side. And give ourselves the first of these keys. We know there's going to be the second one coming. Grab all this. And this. Then we'll do this bit over here. Now this is the finicky bit. We're definitely skipping something there because we're barely even using the spring except to get the boots over to the next segment after that. Although the fact that we found an additional boot dispenser for the red stiletto shortly after this opens up some possibilities. Oops, hang on. Let's just move this first of all. Oh, and then we'll lose this boot, so let's grab another one. Yeah, this bit always takes me way too much time to set up. But we'll come back here. Nope. Nope. Okay. Let's go back down and let's try it again. Yeah, it's tricky to do it this way, but it does work. I don't see a tidy alternative yet. It's always this jump over the piranha corner that concerns me a little bit. Okay, now the idea is that at some point I might be able to actually take the spring back with me and maybe send it back up. But it seems like you kind of need it to go through this segment here with the boots. So the idea is that if you have a second stiletto available here, then you go left for the spring. Because you start with a stiletto down here, then you drop it, you go left, you grab the spring, and then you come back. And I think it's possible if we break open this gate. Now, whether that gets me anything useful is still an open question. And you know that that opens up a mole over here, in fact. It doesn't right now because it's spawn blocked over the 2x2 mole that's positioned there. But there is a mole that opens up in this location. I don't know what that gets you at this point. Maybe it was just something useful for earlier in the level. But we'll see. So the idea is that we break this stuff. Gives you a red boot. Actually, oh. Nope. Hang on. Now we know those are vine blocks that respawn. We need to be aware of that. Because we did see these respawn much earlier. Okay, no, there's no need necessarily to do this though, because we know we can go up here. bust this open. Nope, hang on. And then was there a way to backtrack? Way past that point, let's see. 194 currently on the clock. Yeah, so we know that we could potentially drop... Ah, I see. There's going to be a ground pound cancel effectively. Like this. Then you drop the shell. Then you drop the shell this way. That's something new. Okay, this looks like a new door. Interesting, there's a down arrow there. Okay, well, we found some kind of secret room. But it's a secret room that kind of gives me all the boots I could ever want, apparently. But maybe switching to small green boots is actually what we need. It is entirely possible. Except this doesn't actually let you wear any of them. I don't think. Yes, it does, because if you come down here, you can raise it. Yes, you can. Because you can switch to the green sock, which... The way you got in here was intended to be the exit pipe. Intended to be the exit pipe. Oh, okay, yeah. Because you're supposed to, like, come into here and it's kind of a troll room, and then... But we did break the hard block, so we can come back here and change boots whenever we like. So I'm sort of thinking at this point, like, is there a reason why we actually want to keep the green boot? And we should keep an eye out for that, because now we know that that's a possibility. And if we know that's a possibility, then maybe we're able to rethink some other things. So, also, you can stop this guy for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, it looks like you're supposed to come out through this pipe initially, and then... Okay, we better continue mapping the level, because unfortunately we just haven't left enough time to see whichever segment follows this. And then we know that, you know, you can bust this down. You can then spawn a mole down here. Move him over to the right, and then we're just rehearsing things that we've seen already at this point. And then we know the star comes up here. Oh, maybe it's star plus P switch, actually. Because then we can come up here. We know that we should have actually dropped the Buzzy shell, but... Yeah, we know that we can go through here as well if we do that. What if we have the star going into that? 20 seconds. I feel like that's not going to be enough time to do much of value. Yeah, 12 seconds, we're not getting through much of this, but we do know how to get through this key door. Oh, and there's a spring over there, yeah. Yeah, no, there's a spring over there that we mentioned much earlier in the level. Which would allow you to exit here with the boot. Yes, no, that's what it is. Except we wouldn't be able to hold it if we're changing boots. Yeah, no, I noticed that spring over there much earlier in the level when we were seeing that the first time through. And let's try to get back there quickly without spending too much time, because that's clearly progress, and I suppose the room that laughs at you wasn't actually relevant then, unless there's a good reason to switch to green boot, which we haven't seen, so... Okay. There we go. Goes up, to the left, and to the right. And down here. You switch over here. And this way, and this way. Yeah, and then, I mean, to this point we still don't know what the expected method is, but we don't care. We'll just go back here and then trade boots once again and try not to burn too much time in doing so. Let's... whoops, nope. Execution mistakes all over the place. Let's just move this thing. Try again. Yeah. Can't even imagine what the clear check path is, although I guess, you know, if you a lot of things broken for you ahead of time, that does help. This. Let's not run into the plant. Let's run into the plant. And yeah, we don't need to mess around here too much, I think, because we didn't see much of the passage that I want from this point on. Which means we can just cut through. We do want to cut this open for the mole. We don't know what it's good for yet, to be honest. Well, come on. We don't know what it's good for yet, to be honest. I was totally expecting to kick that to the right. That's okay. We'll try to get a cleaner attempt. And thank you so much for the follow. Drop this over here, run them to the right. Okay, we'll open up this mole. Then open everything up over here. Lead them around. Then we'll open up the keys on this side once again, and so now we have a better sense of what information is or isn't relevant. I mean, anything could be relevant in the long run. Given that we're still missing one essential piece of the puzzle and just haven't spent enough time in the endgame segment to really look at this properly. So let's go over here, unload. Okay, unload here, and here. Yeah, we'll just trade up over time. Yeah, my experience with these puzzles, unless it's something like the damage boost bomber, where deliberately taking damage was a central mechanic, and generally I assume that the intended solutions are designed to be a little tidier than, you know, damage boosting through like that, but whatever works, works. So I found that solution pretty easy to execute, and we're keeping it. Oh, well, okay, hang on. I would like to get another boot if I'm able to at this point. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, no, unfortunately. Yeah, we did need a shell over there, but we'll come back over here and see if we can grab the big boot. We're in a bad position, actually. But no, we're fine, we're fine. Big boots are over here. Okay, that was a comparatively decent recovery. once again, we'll just repeat the segment here. And yeah, we want to loop around so we can open up a bit more space. Yeah, you actually do need a shell to come up here to... no you don't. It was lowering the muncher for me, but you can just do a stomp to get through that whenever you want. So shell and the mole there actually didn't really seem necessary, but maybe we're missing some critical piece of information, so shouldn't assume anything. Okay, we'll open all that up just in case we need it. That's not actually how we'll progress. We'll let this guy come through here. No, come on. Let's just go around. 260, yeah, we don't want to waste too much time on this. We know that this allows you to trade up to the green boot, but we already busted the hard blocks at this point, and that will not really be relevant. Trade up, trade down, whatever. Whatever makes the most sense. Intuitively. You know, this little spot here... No, we previously sent a ball up there. That's what it's for. Let's not die to this guy. And we open up this gate. We open up this key. And then we go back to where we know a key is located. And then we go up this very satisfying column. Don't stomp this, we go through here instead. And having the star available here doesn't seem to get you anything, so let's see, because it doesn't look like you can keep the star long enough to do anything special. Look at this hard block in the bottom right over here too. Not that we can get anything over there to stomp it, but yeah, there's going to be a lot more that we haven't seen here that we need to think about. Okay, so here's the little moment of truth here. So previously we didn't grab this one. That might be critical. Because what if, rather than taking the boot through, we take this through this side? Because we noticed that previously, that if you take this through, then you're able to escort a boot up. We noticed that a long time ago about this level. I feel like that's not actually beneficial because we already know that we can grab a red boot in this location, right? So maybe that's not actually useful in any way. Yeah, it just loops you back around, in fact. Okay, well, good thing we had a star, because that was about to slam into me there. Okay, so if the spring's not useful there, maybe we take it across the key door. We should consider that possibility. We have 120 seconds to really scout this out. This spring here is so suspicious, though. As one thing that we know we haven't really used. And which we can't really use with any other boot except this one. So what if we just take this through here? But then how does that differ from... taking the boot over here normally? You could kind of wrap around the top, I guess, and then down to that pipe. But then the mole would previously give you that switch anyway. But now we've gotten rid of the mole. But now we're stuck over here, okay. Yeah, because you're supposed to have a big boot with you at this point. If you have a big boot with you at this point, then you stomp through here and it'll munchers open. So the only big boot that we see is this one on the right over here, which means we needed to have the mole activate the P-switch. We needed the P-switch to deactivate, then we cross over, then we drop on this, then we take the big boot over here, and then we stomp. And then this is going to be the exit. So, yeah, I see what's going on with the P-switch that the mole steps on over there. That we need to basically not fall down that passage, because that's what got me into the fake exit much earlier. It's funny, that's really only the second time we've been able to look at that room, really. Because we've just taken so long to go back and we've explored so many other possibilities in the meantime, but we might have actually found a possible route quite some time ago without realizing it. So, we'll see. Maybe there's some additional complication or wrinkle that we haven't quite thought through yet. And then we can go through here. At this point, we've done this segment often enough that I think, apart from the little bit with the boot trade, which is a little bit tricky, we have a pretty good sequence mapped out. Yeah, this bit here is the boot trade. And yeah, if you remember what the actual solution is, you can tell me after the level. Or the intended solution, rather. I think my solution is perfectly fine. Obviously, it's just a little bit execution dependent in some ways. Usually so. Okay, that's a bit of a thrill to go up there. Then we stop this. Toss this guy. Let's be careful. The plant is still over my head. We'll cut through all of this stuff as soon as we can. Yeah, a lot of this might actually just be irrelevant. We don't really even need the mole over here, really. Just cut through all this. So we should kind of reduce the irrelevant information that we're dealing with. And just trying to go through as much as I can to get back to what we know, which is this segment over here. It gives you a star and takes you through. No, we didn't get the E here, so let's go back over this side. Hang on. No, we can do it. Okay. Cut all this stuff. Yeah, it's this bit over here that gets you the key. And yeah, the key's on screen at that point. We'll cut through all of this. Gonna be here in about 300 seconds, which is sort of unusually good. And then we'll get down here. Okay, so we'll have plenty of time to reset through this, I hope. And do it cleanly if we don't see initially what's up. It looks like we want to boot, we don't want to spring. So whatever this was, I guess we'll assign it to irrelevance. Maybe I used it much earlier in the level and just forgot. And this gives you a vine. I see, because... Okay. You do some... Yeah, no, that's okay. We know there's a later boot that becomes available, so we just need to spawn the mole first, probably, and then not get trapped down here. Let's lose it first. We get within the mole box. We open up the P. We do want to open up the P. Okay, yes. And how do we do that previously? By taking the spring from the previous room and placing it here, in this location. The mole jumps up. It hits the P. We wrap around. We come down here. We grab the boot. That's what it is. I see it. Unfortunately, it's a big reset to get back there, but maybe we have time to do it. I see it. Yeah, because if we run to the right, place the spring, and go left. We don't need a boot coming into this room. We know how to get the spring. We know how to do all this. So let's just try to reset back there as soon as we can. This, however, I think just dumps you. Yeah. That's okay. We can probably make it back a decent amount of time here. If I can find my way, anyway. Is it through here? I guess we should have broken more of these passageways previously. Yeah, because this will remain open, everything will remain open. Except we need this spring. Let's see if we can actually get back in time to do the clear, but I do have a very, very clear candidate path at this point if we can get back to the location I want. I just have to remember where it is. I know I probably don't need to, you know, kind of retrace my entire path to get there, but it's a little easier for me to track things mentally if we do that. So we come through here. Because the Buzzy Shell already broke everything up to the location of this one. Oh, come on. Yeah, that's actually a problem because we no longer have to stomp. Yeah, we have 125 remaining. Yeah, no, I needed to stomp. No, we don't, because we can just come through. No, yes, we do, because I needed the spring. But the idea is that you do this. You send them all through. You drop the spring over here. And you let him jump on top of that. Let's just take the death. We've got 100 seconds. We should just wrap around. I have the solution. I absolutely have the solution. We just need to execute cleanly, as usual. Who knows how long that will take, but we see the whole path at this point. Yeah, we just need to use the spring instead of the boot going into the last room, which we knew previously. We noticed that, we tried it, we didn't know what it was for, but now we know. And do we even need to cut everything open here? I think we do because of the key. Yeah, we need a keypad, so we'll open this, grab this wall. We'll open this up. It winds its way up to key number 1. Then we continue. This then gets me through the middle. Okay, and then let's wait for this one here. That jumps. We take this. We take this over. We bring this one over. Let's hope the bottom one remains long enough. And let's not get over eager with our speed here. Okay, and then we'll do this and this. Cut this open. Yeah, we'll just speed right through the central area because we know that most of this is kind of irrelevant to us at this point. We do know that we will need the mole out of here. We'll lead it over for the key. We'll come down here and bust this open for the star. Star is going to get me into the segment that I need. Now let's grab another star just to maintain uptime. We actually wanted... Oh. Okay, that's fine. plenty of time, actually. Knock this down. That open up this passage, we enter. Okay. Now let's not lose the big boot. We do need to keep it. And I know exactly what to do from there. It will be slightly timing sensitive, and we need to plan around that. Because once we have them all activate the P-switch, we have a limited amount of time to get around to the P to use it. So we want to do things like spawn divine first. And then, drop in this location, we tug them all back. And we position it in such a way that we can immediately go over here. We have the P-switch active. We exit through here. Stomp. Stomp. P-switch is still active for what that's worth. And then... that's not it. That's not it. Hey, we're exploring it. Do you feel slightly insulted that I actually believe Ichigomon sucks? The original all-day puzzle can be solved at it. Well, we did discover new information, right? So that's still valuable. I mean, you know, that's the kind of thing where we do need to know that with some certainty. And we have a couple of other candidate locations to look at past this point. Like, that we know we haven't looked at yet. We've accounted for the keys. We've accounted for, whoa, no, not this guy. We've had puzzles over promise before. But if you're saying, you know, estimate 3 to 5 hours, I was definitely running well ahead of that to the point where, you know, I kind of expected that some of the other things we haven't interacted with yet would be worth exploring further. But regardless, we will need keys, so... Interesting, though, that if it's not that much a segment over there, and we haven't found the sort of main entrance to the green boot room either. It's not so far. Okay, let's spawn this mole. Then, let's open this up. Mole goes here, mole goes here. Get the key. And... maybe we don't even want to expend it here yet. No, we do need the central segment. But I think maybe we... yeah, no, we definitely want to spend that, I think. But we shall see. I mean, you know, finding the fake-outs is part of the true completionist run, right? Technically speaking, so... no complaints about that. Now that pipe to the left... we never actually did find the way to get there. Did we? Oh, no, yes we did. That's just that question block area much earlier. Also, this little bit here. Let's think about this for a moment. I feel like the P-switch earlier drop this out of place, and that it was possible to... I don't even remember if we respawned through the store at any point, but basically if you loop around here with no E-switch active while loading this, then Blaster stays on top, right? And when Blaster stays on top, then you can position this in advance, bounce it up, and then enter the store. I don't remember if we reset this through it at any point. That's the only thing. But it does seem kind of promising. Particularly if we just kill it and just thinking about despawn ranges and such here. Like if we in position over here, maybe we need to load that guy. Let's take a look here. Or have another object come down here as well. Yeah, this door is looking like something we need to account for, because maybe I've been playing this for long enough that I just don't remember what it was, but... much too suspicious otherwise. Also, we should see if there's a way to... yeah, we can go down below if we have a small boot, but I don't think there's a good reason to do it if we're not doing the mall ride. Let's just continue this way. And let's take this one. And then, hang on, let's set this up properly. We also lost access to the spring, actually, at this point, so maybe that's not good. Because it means we can't take the boot out here. What's that P-switch all about? Oh, it was the mole who activated it. If the mole activated a P-switch, that implies to me... where was that even located earlier, that coin? The coin was on top of the blaster, the block/coin rather, was on top of the blaster. Means that ordinarily, with no P-switch there, something a bit different. Let's reload this first of all. Continue. And we'll navigate through some other options. We should at minimum get the second key. At this point, time is actually one of the issues here. Maybe we do need to open up this wall here, because we don't know what this is used for yet, and that strikes me as awfully suspicious. Interestingly enough, if you have the mole over here, you can jump back up through this column. That might be something interesting, but... this isn't going to be able to sneak through the one-way panel, but... let's say you have a mole, and the mole's running over here. It's going to jump up over here. Let's think about that. Yeah, so we know this little green boot swamp over here. We know this passage over here. That this gives you this. Now, the shell, if it's coming down this way, it's able to break this open. Let's break that open first. Oh. Okay. know about this bit here that we haven't actually used yet, really, in any fashion. Gets you through here. We know that. Tells me that there might be some kind of big mole escort that we need to do. Because we have the mole down here. We haven't used him yet. We know it's possible to send him up here. Now it's a big mole, so he's not going to fit through this gap. But potentially... Yeah, we should actually be thinking about this in terms of something like mole paths, in terms of trying to figure out what might not have been activated yet. We need to explore this a little further too, I think. I mean, we know this is just where the level dumps you. After giving you 2 false exits that you sort of have to work to see at this point. Okay then, let's... Again, we know at minimum that there's no reason why we shouldn't get more keys, so let's get more keys. Get both keys. See what the candidate exit might be, because right now we don't see it. Now, the thing about the blaster later on is that if we just don't go down there too early while the P-switch is still active, perhaps we are okay. I'm just thinking about the spawning position and what that will be. Yeah, so we have the P-switch down here. We get this key down here. Basically, I don't exactly know where we are positioned relative to the blaster column down below that was under that door. But... oh yeah, we're a little bit to the left of it. Seems like if you're loading into this area... oh, I see the door. We actually want to be a little out of view here. And then, how's my camera if we're going through here? Oh, I see, and then the P-switch remains in position. That's one of the issues we're dealing with here. What if we kill the P-switch? Or kill the Muncher? Yeah, we need to find a way to maybe disable the infinite P-switch, because the thing is, once you get within range of the door, you get into some trouble. But, see, kind of here. I think thinking about the door over the blaster is the right idea, as long as we don't... as long as we're not just in a position where we just forgot what it was all about. Here we're standing too close now, I think. Let's let it expire. And no, yeah. You see, the blaster is supposed to start out on top of this spot here. But if you're within spawning range of all of this, E-switch drops it down below and traps it. I feel like this is the spot to look for. Even though destroying the block would make this impossible to enter. If it was some kind of reset, I don't remember what actually led here. We might have been spec that somehow. But if we can wrap around this layout continuously, and something else over there, let's take a look. I mean, there's some other object to play with here. It'll allow me to get up to that side. Let's see, because I still think that is an extremely promising location, but might just miss something. Actually, let's not dump this here for a moment. Okay. Send this up. Send this up. Open this gate. Now we know that we can kick this. We know too that perhaps if we get up there, that we can do something about that mole's position. Because one thing I'm considering is whether there's a way to maybe have a... Okay, we know how to kick this... Oh, well, I guess we lost it, but that's okay, we know how to get more boots. Burning too much time on this attempt without actually scouting out the later part of the level. Because I feel like, you know, it's not like the entire end segment that we saw earlier could have been one big red herring. I feel like there's more information there that we haven't looked at yet that we do need to look at in order to proceed. And so we shouldn't get so distracted by the early stuff. But we also don't want to have too much tunnel vision, so... Yeah, this over here, we know how to pass through it. Actually, if you come out this door here, you can demolish this muncher gate on the left side. Let's see if I can demonstrate that. The 111 that we have remaining. So for example, it gets rid of the muncher on the left. If you had already gotten rid of the hard blocks, then that opens up that pipe. We'll see if it's anything relevant, but 95 seconds. Again, we're just still scouting and learning about what we're doing here, so we can just go over here, knock this out, knock this out. Once that's down, we can wrap around this way. This looks like something new that we haven't done. This is new. We haven't seen this before. Yeah, we've seen this room. We know what that is. This looks like it's the right side of the P-switch location earlier. This is nothing. Basically, if we get within P-switch range over here, we get much done. However, we have access to a P. Potentially. Again, yeah, because like we did at the beginning of the level. And if we take a P-switch with us, we should think about where we would have access to... Well, you know what, we can raise this. That's what it was earlier. No, we can't because we hit that pipe now. But if you kind of go halfway, yeah, we can definitely still take that P up. We have 6 seconds. So this is new material, wrapping back around here this way. I feel like that's actually going to be important. So we're going to explore in that direction. And I'll try to remain somewhat focused on that so we don't run into time problems by the time we get somewhere interesting. Okay, so we'll drop this down here. Raise this guy. And the keys are pretty much always going to be useful, so we'll take that. The possibility of taking a P-switch through certain doors with us is something that we should keep in mind. Because I think it's something that is absolutely on the table at this point. That we can just snag a P-switch and use that to do something like go through this door, for instance, on the left, this pipe here, rather. I don't remember what even gets you there. I know that we had done that at some point, because we had actually taken the central passage across at some juncture, but we'll go back and look at it because I feel like we're close to something here. Yeah, we'll skip this door. Yeah, it's probably something much earlier in the level that I just don't remember. But we shouldn't rule it out. Actually, coming in here without the P-switch activation, by wrapping around the right side, would resolve this door problem. It would necessitate that we don't open up that switch gate we did earlier, though. Let's... go back there and see if I can explain what I'm talking about. Okay, so this stuff we can relatively quickly. Then, yeah, we know how to cut through that muncher on the left side. We'll get the boot wrap around first. We'd better hedge on... well, that's okay, we'll lose it this time, but... at some point we'll probably want to do something like that more. And yeah, we'll explore further, but I think right now we do want to see if we can get this bit done. So this is something that is a new avenue to explore. Okay, knock this guy out. And also notice that at this point, we're able to take a spring with us. If we want. Yeah, so yeah, there's nothing spawning under the door right now. That's... Blaster is not going to be in that position. Yeah, we're actually going to be slightly too low for the P-switch, perhaps. Slightly too low. So, I guess it's not going to be a P-switch, but... we can try to get across here. Problem at this point is the kind of lack of reach that we have here. Perhaps if we kind of bounce... no. I think we checked that previously though, and it's not going to be anything. 2:19 seconds. Maybe it's something we can use in conjunction with that spring. This one here. Okay, let's toss it. Yeah, this muncher in the middle here. I mean, we had previously gone over it, but we hadn't stomped it. Maybe trading into the small boots actually might even be good. Because you would stop it first, you would get rid of it, and then you could maybe check the pipe, because that's one pipe that we know we haven't checked. But that would require... a position that we currently don't have. Let's think about that, because I'm just thinking about whether there is a position through which we can dislodge that muncher. Possibly we need to drop something down towards it. Yeah. Because we previously ran a small boot over it, and we didn't see what there would be later, some kind of way to sneak over there and destroy it. But we kind of need to get over onto the other side. And there's something over that door. Okay, so let's try some of this again. So we've cut through here previously. We know that we're no longer really in a position where we can reach the left side. We might be playing here too long. We might need to go back to the finale segment again to check that properly. 74 seconds. Yeah, so we know about both the entrance and exit to the other room over there at this point. Just kind of mentally cataloging what we don't know in terms of exits. Oh, look at this. Look at this mole go all the way up. Look at the mole go all the way up here. That's destructible, though. Well, no, that's because that's part of the earlier part of the puzzle, right? That it raises the muncher early on. Once you destroy these blocks, it doesn't do that anymore. However, if it does open that up, then yeah, we have to go through here. Just a moment. 20 seconds, but yeah, we actually do need a shell then, which is too bad because actually it's not going to be the shell because yeah, this just drops into the position. We need to drop from up top. If we drop from up top, then it spawns them all up the column. But then that's with a hard block setup that can't be destroyed, and so that would have made it a little winnable if it actually is a solution. So I have my doubts about that in terms of its usefulness, but we'll see. Like I said, I wasn't expecting that we're not starting over. I'm not expecting to clear it today, but having found 2 of the fake outs already and sit around checkpoint 2 for some time. We'll see how much further we'll push today. It depends on whether we're spinning our wheels, but you know, there are definitely some locations that I know of that we haven't properly checked yet. It's something that we should be somewhat diligent about if we're serious about trying to get clear on this. To the left, and to the right. Yeah, just inspecting this to see what the possibilities might be. You know, if we switch back to the big green boot at some point, I think, though, that's what we took to come out of this pipe to go through the central section to begin with. Anyway, let's see what we can do here. Yeah, we want to kill the P-switch. And oh no, you can just stomp through this. Stomp. Okay. Yeah, so this little bit is important here. And possibly we accidentally kept it. Yes, I see. That if you don't pick up the coin, or if you don't remove the block, then no way to get the boot across. Which is significant. So, we do kind of need to bust this, which is why the blaster doesn't return to that position afterwards. So this door is kind of extra suspicious right now, because there clearly is a way to spawn it in with no P-switch active such that the blaster stays on top, and then once you go through this gate for the first time, this is busted open, so... Look at that, no middle muncher there. I don't know why. Well, we'll see what we can do with that. Let's try to get back to the end section, if we can, just to see what else we haven't mapped out there yet. Yeah, not quite thinking about this clearly. Let's do this again. I'm kind of thinking ahead to the later segments already, and so that's maybe leaving our focus to flag ever so slightly. Hang on. Back over here, stomp. Definitely considering a number of possibilities here. Yeah, let's get back to a segment earlier. Now, sort of interesting that we did see them all spawn in this position much earlier. We know how to destroy this stuff. Yeah, we know this gets you over to the green boot if necessary. We should actually break this just in case. Perhaps. Oh, hang on. That was not it, but that's okay, we just need a better position here. When we eradicate this, we get a second boot. We didn't have a way to get up here. So, this is contrary to what I was saying earlier about which path we would be trying, but this is available. We know this leads to the fake out room. That's sweet. Don't know what else that room does, really. Rooms of mall, we know that. No, we can get that P-switch up without breaking everything open. Yeah, a couple of suspicious locations. But once we've broken this open, first of all, it doesn't seem like there is going to be a way to kill this much directly. Unless we kind of brace this door entry with something down here. Oh, no. Problem. If anyone would like to kindly hop down here, I guess not. Oh, I guess so. Well, not like that. Okay, maybe one more attempt, one more cycle, just so we can get back to the ending to see if we missed anything critical that's further back than what we had envisioned. We'll try to actually do that, as described this time. But I definitely see the appeal in potentially having to revert back to earlier boots. Something I think is maybe underexplored. Put them over. To the left and to the right. Now there's a whole P-switch segment over here, but I wonder if it's actually necessary. Because if you switch over to green boot, and just a small yellow boot, and you come down here. Look at that, it's just a little guy. It'll drop something for you. What was down here? Spring. You know, we used that much earlier in the level, I think, when we were initially mapping out the first area. Now that I'm looking at it, I think this shows some potential promise on its own right. However, we did lose the boot. Yeah, because, yeah, that's how in the first segment of the level we kind of got up here, spring plus boot plus self, getting up to the top right location. So this was content from much earlier in the level. Which is not to say it's irrelevant, it's more that we don't remember it well. Anyway, we should trade in. Except we will not be able to use that for anything just yet. Oh, that's interesting that the blasters respawn over here. Also have a bomb available over here. Not that it will get me anything. This was just more location. Oh, whoops. Mistake. Oh, this is just the entrance, yeah. Alright, well, let's go back. We haven't really done much in the way of mollusk scores for some time, and that is in its own right kind of suspicious. That probably missing something that is specifically mole related. I wouldn't be surprised anyhow. Now we have some thing that we can do here. You just break things. I mean, I think a lot of these are vine blocks, but yeah, including this one. Anyway, let's try to restore progress here. Like I was saying, it does help to maybe have a clear plan for what you want to do with a given attempt of you. That is unlikely to be clear on this specific run. Yeah, we're much lower in time than we usually find ourselves in this segment. Oops. Okay, so let's take this over. Whoops. No, we lost it. Hang on. That was not the right way to do it. Let's try it again. 225 on the clock. I just want to make sure we get back to the second key as soon as we can. I haven't had a chance to look at it very much as a room. So let's just get this out for a moment. Yeah, can't really do anything about this muncher if we are cutting straight through with a stiletto, which we've been on for a while, and I wonder if there is room for strategic use of some of the what am I even talking about? So, yeah, for some of the food abilities we have currently. Yeah, kind of getting to the point where I'm losing track of what I'm saying. Let's try to open this up. So we know how to trade to green boot. We know how to open up red boot. We know that this gets you up to the left. Got 140 on the clock. That looping structure there doesn't seem to help that much yet, but maybe there's something about it I'm not seeing. Okay, so yeah, we saw this bit earlier, but we'll just keep going for a moment. There's a ceiling. There's the one-way panel over here, because that's what drops you out. Let's grab key number 2. Interesting left arrow. That's bad, but if you take it all the way to the left side from there, I said that was the last attempt, but that's not the last attempt. I've been looking at that for a while, and I'm thinking, like, the only reason why you would want to survive with a boot up to the left is to clear out those munchers that are in the bottom left corner. Doesn't look like they're disguising anything interesting, but I could be wrong. Okay, we're gonna try it again. Here. Open that up. Let's go come through. Left. Right. We'll go for the P-switch again. Yeah, again, we'll try to make it to the ending sequence, but we'll keep an eye out on whether weaving over to the bottom left here would do anything useful. I don't think it does. But yeah, this is one of the most suspicious spots right now. You know, if you can loop around here without activating this. Wonder how that could be done given the muncher positioning that we see later. You know, If we've opened up this gate already, we haven't opened this gate yet. But if had those fellows step on a T-switch or something, that wouldn't help. You need something to cut through here. It's gotta be a shell. Oh, yeah. Okay, so sure, let's grab 2 boots. Yeah. Still thinking about this door. And maybe there was a reset here earlier, but honestly can't remember. Anyway, let's toss. Yeah, okay, let's continue back through the main line, so to speak. As far as we can remember it. Now, on the best attempts. Wonder. We know this gets us up to the left. Whoops. You know, we should break this anyway. Maybe there's some kind of spawn blocking tech involved over here that we don't know about. Is this one again? Yeah, it just gets you down to the looping segment. Although I wonder if having a P-switch active going into this room matters. Not really. Anyway, we're at 220, so we'd better go back to the original loop that we found and make one last solid crack at it now. It's going to be everything on the side here. I need a boots. We may have just blown it. Because I didn't open up the boots over here. Which is a problem. Yeah, actually this is a big issue. Just don't have anything that can cut at this point. Trying to see what I can reset gracefully through, if anything. Yeah, the problem is that we just had so few attempts that we want to try. Whoops. I really do want to get back to that once. Because we've seen the ending room all of 2 times that we've seen. Well, it's not even the ending room necessarily, I mean it's like the kind of exit hub. We've not gotten back there far enough, or long enough, often enough to really get a proper appreciation for it yet, and look for other information that might be relevant. Oh, let's not fall on that. so we can just kind of stay reasonably focused on the task of trying to get back to that series of exits. In much better shape. Open. To the left and to the right. Anyway, just gonna open. Let's just speed through a lot of this stuff and just go with what we know. What is a suspicious coin? There we go. Took entirely too long for that. Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, it seems like we haven't really kind of run a mole down a path for a while, and I feel like there's going to be some kind of very complicated mole escort that does resolve some of this. Wouldn't be surprised anyway. And hope that's going to be a bit late. Oh, too late. Hang on, one more. Okay. I mean, the sequence with the spring earlier seems so promising with able to activate the P-switch. I feel like that is actually still a line of thinking we should pursue. It's just that we should see if this is yeah, anyway, we'll toss this over here as before. And then we'll do this loop. So make sure we get this open. And this. So we don't get into situations like that. Yeah, let's go for that star exits again, like we used to do. We open this up. And we run it over. Come on. And then we want it to be within range of the key. There we go. Now, we haven't really properly looked at the right side here. You know, even little things like that. Yeah, we had blown this up previously, but this... You know, no, we've definitely been through that location. We bounced up there previously and we wrapped around the whole way. But I wonder... Yeah, I mean, that's how we kind of got up to point 2 in the first place, isn't it? Oops. Can't see a thing here. Okay, hang on. Let's go back. Go through the central column. That's what it's for. Whoa, that was unexpected. You know, I wonder if there's a reason to follow that shell. feel like there's some potential in that as well, that if we just chase the shell for some absurd amount of time. Oh, no. Let's go through here. So yeah, we just want to go through here again. The fact that we can switch to the small stiletto might be interesting. But in general, it seems like this area is a little underexplored for us. Okay, so previously we've taken the spring, we've also taken a boot. Let's try with the spring again. Even though we know that that does lead to a potential red herring, or we just stop there? Oops. Now the thing is that we can go back and get that once we clear this. Notice too, the note block on the other side over there. That's also interesting. Now I don't think we have a good way to carry the spring over. So what if we jump over to that side on the right? Yeah, I'm just trying to see, because we previously would have just gone directly over. I mean, this is new, right? And then we have a door over there. Then we can go... yeah, no, we're kind of stuck behind this though. Because that door to the right also looks suspicious. Problem is you fall in here. We can go from there. I feel like we needed an object that we throw towards this location. We might even want to lead the mole outside. No, that can't be it. I know I said last attempt a few times already, but we're close to something. It's probably not the exit, but you know, we're close to having a new insight about this level that we didn't see previously, so I'd like to chase that for just a moment. We kept that's entirely too long, but that's okay, that's just a design, that's just what the all-day puzzle is all about. We'll go left, we'll go right. I'm trying to be swift about it. Yeah, because we definitely see distinct possibilities in the last room. That would just require hopefully not too much adjustments, or sometimes, you know, accommodating just the last exit interaction. That can be an absolutely huge adjustment, so. Let's let it spawn, and it'll jump over, grab it. Swap, swap, swap. Cut this open. Try not to bump our head on a piranha. Always a prevailing risk. Again, let's just cut through to the last room to see what it is we're missing in terms of objects or anything else. I liked the look of that vine climb. I like the look of that door near the end. But we might have a lot more to see there before we can provide any conclusions. So let's just make it through here, open this, open up the second key. I still like the idea of bringing the spring through. Even if we did get caught by that little bit of trickery. Okay, shell's gonna come back through here, as the blaster column was previously already destroyed. This allows you to enter. Now, do we enter going into that segment? I think we do. So we definitely need to go for the key first. Could potentially go for the spring second. The question is what we take in with us. I don't think there's a point in taking the boots if there's no way we can get it upstairs anyway, so... The little red boots might be useful though, because we can sneak through the bottom passage. Let's keep that in mind, that we have potentially access to the little red boots as well. No, that just gets you through to that gate, so it can't be it. Oh, no, that's a mistake. Let's wrap around here to see what was on this end. So the idea should have been that if, for example, you have the little boot coming out of the previous room, which we have done previous occasions, and you're able to come through here. I think that is actually just what the interaction was to get us through the first time though. Let's revisit this. Let's try to find a way back quickly, if we're able. I'll try to do the switch over to the red boot instead. We might have been set back quite a ways though here. No, we haven't. And what even was this? Yeah, we come through here. And here. Luckily, once the gates come down, restore progress somewhat swiftly. Then, yeah, here we go down and around. So yeah, we saw this passage to the right. We're not really going to see anything else of that now, I think, but get to start immediately. We can... whoops, no, that was unfortunate. Just got jumped by that guy. No, I want to test this with a little boot, although... Yeah, Yeah, there was a fine climb out of that that seemed suspicious. This probably will actually be the last attempt though, unless we completely blow it. I just want to get far enough to test out the thing that I saw. So we just keep on dealing ourselves back in every time that appears to be the case. Which is often. It's not like we've been spinning our wheels at the same locations. Because this level is just much too big for that in some ways. There's quite a lot to track. Especially since we haven't seen segments up to checkpoint 2 in quite some time. And reminded ourselves of the relevance of certain parts of that, so... Oh yeah, we needed to get the key. Let's do it. This way, up this way, up this way. Anyway, we know much of the sequence up to this point. Okay, so let's get rid of all this stuff. And then let's grab whoever's next. Whoops, no, hang on. Okay, we know how to do this. Cut. Then here, buying a reasonable amount of time, I suppose, this time around. Yeah, we still don't know what this whole interaction is all about. Then we cut down this way. We spawn this mole for the second key. Yeah, so the P-switch activation here is something that we've also been kind of underusing. I feel like there's something critical to it that we have missed all along. We'll get back down here with a decent amount of time, I suppose. Okay, so we actually do need to use the big boot first in order to plug in the key, don't we? Actually, maybe not, because we're just going for the key. We could have gone through that door just fine. Okay, so let's go back. Am I able to go back? Yes. Oh, you know what? There were small boots over here too, so you don't need to grab this one necessarily. Oh, hang on. Then that just reverts you back to your progress much, much earlier in the level, except for the fact that you have the key now. Do we want to spring? Well, I mean, we can't carry it and the boot at the same time. We did check left here much earlier. That didn't seem to get me much, but... we know the key door is going to have quite a bit to it. Yeah, there's a pretty fundamental problem here, which is that I can't actually get that up here. Which is why when you kind of complete this interaction here, you just wind up in the same spot. It would be nice if we could have a spawn here. And jump up towards this and get some kind of high position. Moles are all potentially relevant. Okay, this will be the last attempt today though, so we'll call it after this one. I've got a couple of candidate locations we have not been able to check accurately so far, and should be able to narrow it down from there. Yeah, this was the piece which segment earlier. Interesting that the left side's been blocked off. Yeah, this door. Something to think about, but when we loop around, generally we're going to do okay, except well, we'll see. Okay, so we know how to open up this left side. We didn't give that sufficient consideration earlier. Let's go back. We know there's a mole that can come up through the central column. Then... oh, no, that's a mistake. Oh, that was a very critical mistake, in fact, but... well, let's see what we can do. Yeah, that opens up, and then... yeah, interestingly enough, we did actually get in position here to see the mole come back here. And presumably lift the muncher. Now, why would we want to lift the muncher with the mole there? Because that is one way of getting that pipe open. Why is it not one I would have seen before? Let's... yeah, here, we've got 26 seconds before we call it for today. Yeah, so the mole gets stopped in this location. Supposing we do have a mole here, it's not really going to run around very much though. This is a small mole, in which case... oh, we'll see. 4 seconds. Yeah, we're done. Okay, we'll need to sleep on this and start from the beginning. Getting to checkpoint 2 was not bad at all, but going through the level again from the start will actually be kind of useful for understanding where some of the early doors and pipes were, because we're just so far away from them at this point that we don't have a good clear memory of how they were connected. We got to CP2 relatively quickly. We should be able to recreate that swiftly at the beginning of the next stream, and then hopefully we'll have some additional insight. Now, we did make some decent amount of progress, I think. No, I think it was entirely in my interest to attempt it today. I don't mind that I didn't finish in one sitting. You did warn me not to attempt it today. I was very happy to attempt it today. Because we mapped everything out up to 2 fake exits already. And that is actually pretty significant. And of course, you know, looking at the layout here, there's probably some glue. We're not going to spoil anything in the maker mode, obviously. We'll try to do it the proper way. But yeah, we found the kind of green boots bonus room that laughs at you. We found the exit that drops you back in the start. We found the exit that drops you back in the middle. And we have a couple of candidate doors that I don't know how to check yet, but we will obviously check them. So, in terms of continuation, likely we're going back to Maker 2 tomorrow as we usually do. So it might be a few days before I can get back to it. Might be the Tuesday, Wednesday. If we can do the Sunday, Monday, we will, but I typically can't. So, yeah, we'll probably update you accordingly, either through messages or on the Discord, but we'll definitely continue this into next week, and I expect that we will take next week and possibly even a few days in the week after that to really properly finish up the rest of the list. Although, you know, I know by reputation that Ichigo Mole is the big one. And we know from previous experience, too, having played the sequel to it. That's just the nature of the brand. So. And you're telling me the editor will show me where the real exit is, but not how to reach it, so it won't entirely spoil the solution. Yeah, we'll probably still try to, you know, play it through with the information available. I know with Maker 1, the culture was more attuned to people taking things into the editor all the time to practice segments and scout and all that, but I think I would like to see how solvable the puzzle is without that for the time being. Although I do know that because of some things like the camera positioning in Maker 1, that's not always practical. That sometimes there are going to be things like rooms, pipe connections, etc. that are going to be hidden slightly out of view. So, that just comes with the territory. I do already see in this kind of second segment where we had the key door and everything. Not the key door, but like the boot drop to initially give us the red stiletto. There's probably something I missed in the big vertical section there, but we'll consider this properly another time. Yeah, I can actually see from reading the layout here what the different locations are and what I was thinking of. But anyway, we'll see you next time. Thank you for joining me for so long today. We got 2 clears at least, but they were big clears. And by this point, we could definitely see the puzzle style kind of blossom into full flower or something. We will pass you folks on somewhere else today, and we'll be back to this soon enough. And again, I'll let you know when it seems practical to run it, but it will be soon. And then we'll have time to maybe think about what we've seen and really sort of process some of the pipe and door connections and reason our way through it correctly. So, once again, thank you for joining me today for so long. And acknowledgements, of course, to the many raids we received today from Crozy, Axer's Hypo, and Ron Mendash. Thank you, everyone, for joining, rating, and of course for watching. We will see you again soon, and until we meet at our next destination, wherever that may be, have a wonderful night or day or, in general, weekend ahead of you. And above all, fare thee well.